Yeah, I mean, same.
I also
I
wonder.
feel. Go ahead.
I also wonder is this another thing that we can kind of tackle maybe like during next week potentially, like, and just kind of try to close the loop on getting like basic end-to-end integration done between the Solidity side and the front end, and then kind of leave this more like validation level stuff, because like at least for now we could just send the raw SVG over and say like that's the most basic implementation we can do.
Yeah. So switch to. We could switch to the raw SVG, or we could push this up with just like direct points without these curves. So that because we changed up our data
see.
model.
Okay.
A little bit.
Do you think we know someone who understands this really well, like somewhere in our network too? We might be able to be like, hey, can someone help us figure this specific part out? If we're not sure. Yeah.
I have an idea about somebody.
Because it seems like this is one of those things where someone's like, yeah, this is exactly what's happening. Why are you spending any time thinking about it? And you're like, well, we didn't know that.
Yes, someone for sure has to know.
Has done a bunch of SVGs, and I think some of it was like writing them from scratch and auto-generating them. So this could be something that he's like run into before.
You kind of cut out, but I don't know if everyone else heard him. I could hear him in real life, Aslan.
Yes.
Oh,
exactly.
Aslan.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
that'd be great.
That would be dope.
All right, I can send him a message. Do we have like a formulation of the problem? I heard a little bit of it, but didn't catch it.
It's the same as where we left off last night. I was mostly just shutting CJ up so far. So we have this series of points. We have some code that we can reference to reassemble that series of points into SVG pads that include Bezier curves, but we just kind of need help walking through that.
Yep. So generating SVG from just that list of points that we had yesterday, XY coordinates.
Yeah.
Regenerating curves. Yep, that makes sense. Cool. I'll send him a message shortly and see if that falls out into anything. Yeah.
Sweet.
Was just to double check here, was there any, I guess maybe as a backup approach or plan B approach, was a possible route to take the actual SVG output from the library and just scan through it for color codes on the Solidity side and basically replace them with indexes for matching ones and drop any non-matching ones? I mean, it's messy, it's not great, but it feels like it could work because we bypassed constructing an SVG.
Yeah, although the string like searching and interpolation and like a lot of those functions just aren't as readily available within Solidity.
So we may need to like write stuff from the ground up there as well.
Yeah, but what you just said, I think also just unlocked a great solution here, which is we can, right now we're sending up pads. Where's our code? Sec.
Ping that over to.
What if instead of sending up pads as an array, we sent up the string that was the SVG path, like pre-built?
Oh, yeah. So
right.
a happy medium. We're not talking about the entire SVG, but a bunch of sections of the SVG.
Yeah. So like our color brush width are kind of handled already, or are close to being handled. And then instead of sending up pads is like, I mean, we were also dealing so much with those arrays last night that can just be a string. Like basically, this could just be one string.
Yep.
This stays the same. And then when we do create tile, we're basically just sending this up as a string. We don't have to do a for loop at that point anymore. Or no, we do have to do a for loop because we'll have many of them.
We're just concatenating them.
Yeah. I think that makes sense because our challenge is basically, recreating that string. So why not just steal it from the front end and store it that way?
Right. We already have the library hooked up. We already have SVG data. Is there anything special that's happening with the color palette validation?
No, so I think from the front end, we're sending up indexes, which
Okay.
you set up.
From the very beginning.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So I think that all stays the same. I think the only thing we're changing is from raw points into just one string for the path.
Yep.
Cool.
I think that makes sense.
Does anybody else want to drive?
I'm down, but in a bit. I feel like I need to get some food in me first. It's been a bit of
Cool.
But
I can
down to drive later.
Cool. I can get started then if nobody else wants to.
Yeah, I mean, sounds good to me. I'm also down to drive probably a little bit later. I'm still kind of warming up. I'm just like reading code now for Solidity. Like, can we do the string replace thing, or are we just gonna have to build it?
Got it. Cool.
If I ever offer to drive, it's like a kamikaze pilot. I'm coming in.
It would probably be something very interesting about like having somebody code who like is only channeling and is like not necessarily trying to worry about the code structure themselves. Like I wonder if there's something that emerges out of that. It's like
I think at some point I feel like if I learned some basics, it'd actually probably be a good way to learn the basics too. Someone's basically just walking you through it and you have to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like muscle coordination.
Yeah, I think I could probably do this because I hate the actual programming part, but I can hold I could hold the structure kind of, and then you just kind of tell me what to write. But that's the thing. Without knowing syntax, you would have to like speak out the syntax. It would be slow.
Yeah, I feel like maybe on the front end it might work with you, Dave.
Well, yeah, maybe, yeah. Don't know. Anyways, I'll be a code puppet at some point.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, it's a style of game. It may not be good for writing actual like sitting down and like let's build something. It's more like maybe you could improv it or something.
Maybe not in this context.
Yeah.
No.
Cool. All right. So we've got our contract up in Remix, got our front end code over on this side. And so basically, instead of sending up our version of this, which we are generating.
Let's say editor.
Yeah, so John wrote this map yesterday. Passed up paths. This sets the X and Y coordinates. So instead of doing this, what we want to do now, say in our SVG code, look at every path that exists. And then just take the D attribute. Is this regex? Can we load the element into HTML and just grab it through JavaScript by doing like path.attribute D?
Actually, that sounds like the best route. Yeah. No HTML parsing on our end. Only, that's better.
So I'm gonna fumble through some of the syntax because I've forgotten it. But so we've got our SVG here.
Oh, wait, is that the GPT-3? Copilot?
Oh yeah, it's writing comments
just
for us.
Just pops it in down.
Oh, it's actually writing comments. Oh shit!
Well,
I was not
was
looking
a
that
second
closely.
ago, and now it's suggesting that we do svg.replace.
That's so great.
Whoa! What the fuck?
So
right,
I wonder if you can literally, I mean, just because I've seen some videos of Copilot, so can you somewhat just, it like likes function definitions the most, right? And so if you write a function called extract data from SVG element, like what pops in?
Yep, this works. What the fuck?
Nothing yet.
Usually,
I've seen comments also work.
Yeah.
Extract path, maybe.
Yeah, path attribute. Oh.
If this does it.
What the fuck?
So SVG
I mean,
might be null. That's okay. So if not SVG, let's just return.
I mean, this looks pretty close.
We're on the right track.
What is it complaining about? The object is possibly null.
Maybe the match. It's the array. So I think it's accessing the array potentially before. It's like actually, like at the end of the SVG match, it has picking the first element or the second element. I think that it's so just that there might not be any match.
Okay, so I popped in a question mark period in there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's see what this does. Path, canvas, pen strokes. So not quite right.
Yeah.
What if you just print out the whole array? I'm just curious, like what the whole array looks like.
Which array? Oh, this one. Okay.
Yeah. I'm just curious, like what that is matching itself, and if it gets us pretty close.
Mm-hmm.
Also, is everyone in favor of merging Scott's code because they looked pretty sweet?
Yes, it looks gorgeous.
Yep. So I'm redesigning everything now because he gave me some ideas.
Nice.
Hope he doesn't hate me. Well, we'll see. I'll show you what I got.
Lineage.
I'm just gonna pull it in then. Cool.
I don't think
you should.
The SVG match is quite right here.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it.
Bummer. So it looks like it's pulling in the first D. Wait, no. Oh, it's matching on D.
Matching on ID.
Yeah. So I guess
wonder if we could do
probably
path.
say path or just a space before the D instead of an I.
Just putting a space in will work.
I think maybe you want to do \s to be more explicit.
Okay.
Feels
like
safer.
this.
Yeah.
Cool. Ooh.
It looks closer. It's shorter though. Right. Oh, is it
in two parts?
How did it split in two? Ooh.
Well, I think it might be because there's multiple paths, but then there should be ideally more than one, or more than two even.
Yeah.
Because we've got three paths here.
Oh yeah. Yep.
But two's still the wrong number. We need three.
Yeah. What if you do just try the direct element like reference?
Yeah. I think that'll be cleaner.
Because if that works, then yeah, no regex is ideal. But
see if this outputs.
I'm just gonna link up my favorite Stack Overflow answer.
There's three paths there.
Yeah, this seems like we're on the right path. So, children. Did you just paste something useful?
Yeah, it's not useful. Just look at it later, but it is great.
Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah. So this is generally people's response to should I parse HTML with regex? And the answer is
oh yeah, that's hilarious. Oh my gosh.
Tony the Pony, he comes. Great.
So great. I love how the locked is like this is locked not because the message is appearing wrong. Like the message is appearing right. Stop sending us complaints.
Yeah, they're like, let's just mess with HTML as much as possible to show you why you should never regex this.
Exactly.
Even web browsers have this problem, right? Like, there's all these like weird kind of like corner cases, and different browsers will render things differently because it's like
Chrome has a whole
not complete
suite of auto resolving broken HTML, but it works differently than like Firefox's resolving. And so you can have server source that like does not match client source at all. And just good luck.
Yeah, crazy shit.
Okay, so path.attribute.
Yep.
Get attribute. Doesn't work.
Is this to like take the are we? I didn't get probably the initial what's happening here. Is it to like basically just pull out the paths from the SVG and then be able to manipulate them and then before sending them over?
Yeah, so basically instead of doing regex, if we basically load this SVG string into like a virtual DOM element, and then let the DOM kind of operators, so like get element by tag name, for example, and path, give us the shortcuts to getting this string. Because what we want to do is extract these D equals strings from each path element, and then just create an array of those strings.
Okay. Got it. I see. So it's like even one step before. I totally missed this. So even on the Solidity side, it's like we're just going to be inserting the stroke into the SVG, like assembling the SVG string itself.
Yeah.
And with
basically
whatever index they give.
Yeah, it's basically like reassembling. So I'll copy in one path here from start to finish. I think this is one.
And are we going to just remove like the stroke and stroke width and then just insert that on the Solidity side itself? Like just append it to the end of the string or something? Like very simple.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like we've got all this stuff. I think we know fill equals none. We can skip. Stroke line cap round, we can either hard code into each one or just skip. Stroke will fill in, so we don't need to pass this along. Stroke width will fill in as well because we've got indexes for both of these things. So all that leaves is this D equals tag that we want to extract.
Perfect. Okay, now I got it. I missed that piece. I was still thinking about the whole string replace thing, but this is a much cleaner solution.
Cool. Get elements by tag name. I think if I break this out into an array. No, it doesn't like that.
Back in a few minutes. Grab some food.
Cool.
Sounds good.
Okay. Path elements dot. HTML collection type I haven't really worked with much. Okay, do that for cons path element.
What is it throwing with?
It's saying HTML collection of is not an array type or a string type. Use compiler option down level iteration to allow iterating of iterators. Okay, I think that's just a TypeScript flag. All right.
Okay.
Okay, this seems good. Just log them for now. Clear out some of these other logs so it's a little bit cleaner to look at.
This is a hefty function.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, that's all we
looks
need.
like it. Beautiful.
Sweet. Okay. So let's just make an array real quick. So const path strings, string array, and for each one, we'll just push. Okay, so let path string equals this. If not, path string continue was push. And then output paths. We just do path strings and index. And now let's look at our packaged paths again.
Are we saving these package paths exactly on the Solidity side as they're coming in?
Yeah, I can take a look at that in 1 sec. Just want to make sure this came through okay. Yeah, okay. So this is basically the data that we're going to bundle and send off to Solidity, like I think as is in this in this log. On the Solidity side, we John set up a couple new structs. So there is this tile data container, which will contain a mapping to individual strokes. So each thing here we're calling a stroke. So in this one, for example, we've got 7 strokes. So it can contain an array of strokes. It has an is locked boolean. That's just our kind of internal helper function or flag to see if it's already been submitted or not. Because I think we decided that we want the ability for somebody to be able to submit an empty one and lock it. So just being able to look at the stroke count isn't going to suffice for that. And then a stroke count. So we were having a ton of trouble with Solidity arrays yesterday. And like I think spent a half hour just like looking up Stack Overflow how to fix stuff. Couldn't figure it out. So we went with the alternate system of let's just make a mapping and a stroke count, and then we can iterate through our mapping because our uint keys are just going to be sequential. So kind of like a fake array through a mapping, which Solidity seems to be a little bit more comfortable with. And then each one of these strokes is a pointer to another struct, which has a color, has the width, and then as of last night, it has a 2D array of points. But I think what we want to do here now is just do string path. Yeah. And then let's see where else we
so I guess I think my question here was in this, is this what we're saving per tile, or is this just inputs to a function and what we're saving is the final SVG path?
This is what we're saving into the tile, and then in the token URI, which is a read-only function, that's where we're going to reassemble this.
Got it. Okay.
So like you can see we've set up like kind of the frame for the SVG through this line, and then we're going to loop through our tile and then just add like concatenate that SVG string, and then we'll close out the SVG tag after our loop, and that'll give us our SVG hopefully.
Okay. Yep. Makes sense.
Cool. Let me see if we need to update anything else here. What was this called for? Paths. No. All right. So
not used anymore.
Let's try this again. So we've got our SVG now opening up, and then we want to tell it to include, let me paste the SVG again here. So
does it get the correct colors too?
Yeah. Wait, what? Did it not?
Oh, I was just curious in the package paths if it was printing the correct colors in there too.
Oh yeah, let's see. Yeah,
cool.
stroke color 1.
Great. Just wanted to make sure.
Cool. So SVG opens, and then we have a group, but I think the group is just one single group that just closes out. So I think we can just skip that tag. If we have problems, we can come back to it, but it doesn't seem to be doing anything. And then we just have path, D equals, and then the string that we get now fill equals none, stroke line cap equals round, and then a stroke color and a stroke width, and then a path closing tag. So let's just copy this as like one template, nice and short, and then put it into our loop.
Yeah.
The storage.
UN32. And,
yeah.
Does that need to be an override or something?
It is an override. But basically, I think the spec for NFTs takes 256s.
So just downcast?
I think so. Let's see if it'll be okay with this. It's only valid in storage because it contains a nested mapping. All right. Cool. Type byte memory is not implicitly convertible to expected type string memory. Okay. I'm going to pull open the loot one because I think that's a great example for this.
Yeah. People are still.
Oh, the transactions? Yep, still going on. I mean, these must all be trades at this point.
Interesting.
Okay, so they're first assembling an array of strings, which may make sense for us to do as well instead of a loop. And then
encoding them all.
Yeah, and then this ABI.encode packed thing is basically just like, hey, concatenate all these strings, and then it's recasting it to an output string. So maybe let's just try this out and see if that works. Oops. So we know from this point data.stroke count. So if we do string
token URI costs nothing to run.
Yeah, because it's a read-only view function. So nobody pays gas unless they're writing to the blockchain. So this is we can get complicated in here. It's fine.
Beautiful. That's great.
Yeah. I wonder if it'll let me set dynamic array length this way. No.
Wait, is that because it's coming straight from a parameter?
Variable.
The stroke count?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it says expected integer, literal, or constant expression. So it just doesn't like a type definition being a dynamic thing. But I think we can just make an unknown length for now, and then say.
Such a weird language.
Yeah. Parts 0. Is this? Are we okay with that? Yeah. And then let's maybe start this at 1. Add 1 there so we can keep going. And then parts I is equal to okay. Seems to like that. Okay. And then this I think needs to be an ABI.encode packed so we can put some variables into here. So right, so we need to declare these. So our path here is going to be data.strokes at, I guess, index -1 because we've started it 1 higher here so that we can reference this well. That stroke color, but then we want to reference it from palettes. So palettes canvas ID, which is what data dot
There might even be a get palette function potentially, and then just save that palette for this canvas.
Are we spelling this right now?
It's totally spelled wrong. Oh, is it fixed?
I think
no, that one's
no, we didn't fix solidity.
No,
it's one L, two T's.
One L, two T's. Great. All right, let's fix this real quick. Okay, that seems okay. Canvas ID. Oh, we from our to Canvas ID. Okay, might as well get the X and Y as well.
Can you define it in line like the uints? I'm just curious, instead of having it on the like above each or in front of each one there. If it likes that or if it doesn't like that. I'm just curious.
Seems okay with it. Let me clear this out. No, now it's complaining.
It doesn't like it.
Yeah, invalid argument.
Oh, no,
invalid type for argument.
The token ID needs to be casted to uint32.
All right. Yeah, seems okay. Yeah, just unused variables. Great. Okay. So now let's uncomment this. We've got palettes of our canvas ID. And then we want to look at our data.strokes.stroke color index. Palettes canvas ID. So that'll pull up in the right row here. And then it'll look at the one at the index of our stroke, and then just pull out the stroke color, which should be a 0 through 4.
Yeah, it might be good to validate that that the stroke color is less than or equal to 4.
Okay, yeah. So let's pull this out into another variable first, then. So this will be string memory stroke color. And then I guess we can just look at this. So require greater than equal to 0 and less than 5.
Yeah. I don't know if it makes sense to put that 5 as a constant somewhere, or
sure. Max colors.
Yeah. That's great.
And then this can just be stroke color now. Oh wait, we need to get our path first too. I was doing things in the wrong order. So stroke path, I'll just type in here. So this will just be, we don't need a query from a canvas.
Yeah.
Path. Strokes.path, yeah. Okay, so stroke path is there. Our width now it needs, so yeah, we need to set up a brush size array now too quickly. So this will be uint8. And then we're going to have two options. So brush sizes equals, what was it, 4 and 16, 32?
I think it's 16.
Would it be, is that an array of arrays, or is it just a?
Oh, good call.
One.
Great. So uint8.
There's going to have to be another validation there for num brushes, it seems.
Yep. Good call. Dot stroke width greater than 0 and stroke width less than max brush sizes. Okay, stroke path. So stroke width, we want to do equals brush sizes of stroke width. What? Where's it getting stroke we from? Just hit save again. Oh, all right.
Okay.
Hit save again. It seems okay. So, oh yeah, we got to return this now. So, I wonder if it is just easier to assemble a string real time, because now I'm thinking about how he's got here these two things where he's just hard coding, like let's mash the first 8 together and then let's mash the second 8 together, because he knows there's going to be 16 or 17 total.
Yeah.
But we've got a loop that is of undefined
length.
Length. So I wonder, maybe let's just quickly try and do string svg string.
Oh. So you're saying append to the string directly instead of adding to an array?
Mm-hmm. So svg string would then be equal to, I guess we could even just do it in here, svg string.
Yeah.
Hey, all right.
Nice.
And then this is not complete yet, because we still need to wrap it in some JSON to be a valid token URI, but I'm just going to do return svg string here and see. So we're not using X and Y yet, that's fine. Let's see. All right, so let's do create seed, canvas 0, X 0, Y 0. Oh, that would just mint it to me. So now if we do tile 0, 0, 0, oops. Strokes. How are we passing strokes up again? Oh, this could be a pain to figure out how to do inline here. And
you
could do probably like make a super short stroke with like one pair of coordinates in it. When you pull it from VS Code or whatever you got debug output open. You pasted it somewhere here, maybe.
Here.
Yeah.
I mean, I wonder if it's going to accept just like
I don't know.
this.
I have a feeling not.
Yeah. Expected array value argument null. I think it's fine. So we can really quickly just get the rest of the this JSON like scaffolding in, and then just return it. Just another couple lines, and then I think we might as well just like push it onto Mumbai or whatever, and then see what it does.
Makes sense. So
string memory JSON base64 encode. Okay, so we need our base64 library in here now. Which I can just import. And then toString is a function that we need to pull into. Bytes output. Output is what he was calling his SVG string. Okay, I'm just going to call it output because it's ultimately doing the final output. And then we can come back and fix up our metadata later. So I'll just do like canvas and then XY coordinates for the title.
Are these, is this basically just nice cities for whatever is rendering the token? Like Rainbow knows how to parse this JSON?
Yep, exactly. In OpenSea and yeah.
Nice.
Description. I'm just going to blank this out for now.
OpenSea doesn't have a library that just builds the metadata for you. They're like, hey, make this OpenSea compatible.
I know they manually do this stuff on the higher profile projects. So like one example here, Dom just put in like the most basic metadata allowed. But OpenSea has other metadata specs that they allow for that include things like rarity, and so you can give things like attributes of like personality, mouth, eyes, and then OpenSea will automatically calculate like what percentage of other NFTs in this collection share the same attributes, so give it like rarity rankings. So that wasn't baked into the contract, but because there was a lot of attention on it, somebody from the OpenSea team was just like, oh yeah, I can just generate that JSON and set it manually. So they'll do stuff manually sometimes too. Okay, but I think this is okay now. We're still not using the X and Y, so I'm just going to get rid of them for now. Oh, it doesn't like that.
Can you just do like underscores or something?
Oh yeah.
I don't know if that'll.
Definitely helps in JavaScript. No.
Oh.
Doesn't like it at all.
Oh.
I think we can just pop it into here. So
if I remember, if you're trying to get rid of the coordinates, I think, or are you trying to use them?
I'm trying to use them at this point. Just
okay, never mind.
Yeah,
true. Yeah, they had some weird like underscore space like nullification. Yeah, I hadn't seen it either. I think they just like replace the whole variable with an underscore.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm using Y. What are you talking about? Unused local variable Y. I just need to save again. Okay. Hey, no warnings. Are we still using our console anywhere? No, so might as well just drop this for now too. Okay, let's get some real colors into here that we're using now, and then I think we might just be able to pop this onto a test net.
That would be great. I guess we only need it for one canvas, and we already have the palette that we're working with in on the mockups.
Yep.
Curious if we could just get those hex colors and
there you go.
Plop them in there.
Cool. Should we get the second row in there too?
Exactly.
All right, I'm gonna do something hacky.
Yeah.
And just like
it's gonna be
mess with the red values. Yes. No red.
No red.
I'm pretty sure the first two digits in the hex color correspond to the red value. So we're just saying no reds.
I think so, yeah.
Cool, okay. Shall we copy this back into our repo? And then deploy it?
Sure.
Sound good?
Why not?
All right. So this is going to be okay to do because we're going to set up the burner account. And pop that into RPC endpoint. So let me pull up in my infra. And then we need to add Open Zeppelin. I need to update the template to not be so opinionated with the names here. I think I just took this from like the Solidity site, this whole creator contract. But I have to go and clean it up every time I want to use it. All right, so let's try a yarn build. Cool, so it built. Let's restart our TypeScript.
Oh, there's a way to do that?
Thought there was. But usually it's just like reload TypeScript or restart TypeScript server. I think it might be because I'm not in the TypeScript file. Yeah, TypeScript restart TS server. Although it doesn't seem to be doing anything about this, but I think we're okay because we built. So now let's deploy it. So in our package, JSON, let's copy our local, deploy script, change the chain ID to Polygon testnet, just call it Mumbai. And maybe that's enough. Oh, I need to get some Matic into this. So Matic faucet.
Mumbai is the testnet, right?
Yep. Okay, so I got my 0.1 Matic there. Let's try to deploy again. Hey, all right.
Wow.
Contract deployed. There it is. We can verify it pretty quickly. I think it's yarn add hard hat. No, Nomic Labs. Hard hat Etherscan. And then npx hard hat verify. Oops. Oh, need to configure the network.
Oh, yeah.
So this process is basically saying, instead of our contract looking like this on Polygon Scan, we're going to get the more complete interface that was like, I guess I closed it, like the loop, where you can actually interact with all the APIs and see the code.
That's neat. And so that's just simply by having something look at source locally, and I'm assuming hash something, and then like make sure it matches up with inputs and outputs.
Yeah, so earlier you saw that bytecode, which now has been replaced with this, and but I think you can still see it here. basically what it's doing is locally it's rebuilding that bytecode. And so the bytecode is saying, let's strip away all comments, anything that's redundant, let's compress it to the maximum kind of, ability possible.
Minifying in a way.
Yeah. Just because that's what they want to do on the blockchain to make it efficient. And then what this is doing is basically saying, hey, check the local files. Does it compile down to the exact same bytecode? If yes, that's great. Let's copy paste that code and then push it up live so people can see it. And then it includes all the comments and stuff.
Yep. And so, who can do this relative to who uploaded the contract?
Anyone. So if you've got the code and you know that it matches a bytecode that's existing somewhere, you can do it even if you're not the deployer.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Cool. So now we've got our read APIs here. Get palette, so we can do, see our colors back out. Yep.
Whoa.
Nice. Nice. And we've got our write APIs. Create seed, create tile.
It's like it's like an API that's just built. Like it's all ready to go. Just pop it up there.
Cool. Okay, so that is live. What did I change to state? There we go. Now, usually like I make an SDK repo, but the shortcut here would just be to look at our contracts directory at the type chain directory and just copy all this stuff in. So I'm going to copy this and collapse our contracts directory in web. Under source, I'm going to add another directory called SDK and just paste that stuff in here. So we just made a copy of it.
To change too often. In the time being. Yeah.
We can manually go and update, and then I'm going to add a contract address that we can access from our next interface. So any environment variables that you want to access from the front end need to be prefixed with next public. And then contract, I guess let's call it the tile contract address equals, and then that's our address. So now if we go to here, let's just maybe print it into our header. Great. Okay, so we're able to access it. What do we want to do first? Try writing to it. Let's actually see what we're going to be allowed to do here. What the flow needs to be.
I guess probably sending the seed tile off to your address, your testnet address.
Yep. Okay. So creating the seed. That maybe is just easier. Let's for now
in the web UI.
Yeah.
Because I guess we don't need like a fancy interface for that if we know how to do it from here.
I think making sure the SVG stuff is working is kind of the most core thing. So 0, 0, 0, just be simple. Is this the right address? No. $7D, great.
Oh my gosh, Matic is so cheap.
Yeah. How much did that cost?
I guess that's testnet, but still, holy hell.
Yeah. Cool. All right. So tile 0 has been minted. Wow, look at that.
Genesis style.
Myself. This is gonna be amazing.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. So now we basically want to write a simple thing that will let us run create tile. We'll pass in our zeros again to these first 3 values. But then we want to be able to send strokes up in a way that makes sense. So where is our editor? Okay, so handle save. I'm going to clear out some of these logs for now, just comment them out. Okay, so packaged pads, this is our bundle basically that we want to send up to the strokes parameter here. So what we can do is initialize contract.
Because the type chain is defined, so this is going to be so.
Yeah, it'll help tell us if we're misformatting something if things go as expected. So I think it's tilefactory.connect, then the address, which we did as this, and then a provider, which I think we've got our use wallet hooked up, right? So
yeah.
And then we'll just say if we're not logged in, we'll just give an alert or something right now. We can make this a little bit nicer later on. So const tile contract equals this. We've initialized the contract. Let's see if it'll does it create tile canvas ID.
Big number-ish.
We have that in a drop down, right? Somewhere up there.
Yeah, I think
It
so. From
should
the
be-
state, we can probably get. Even this can probably be state.active canvas, but we can get const active canvas ID equals use store state.active canvas. Great, and then active canvas ID X, Y, and packaged pads is strokes. Hey, I think we might be perfectly formatted. No,
Not quite.
oh, I think it's just path here. Yes.
Oh, a single. Yeah.
Okay. I have no idea how to spell receipt, so we'll just go with that for now.
That's fair.
Let's see if this did it. Might really just have been those couple lines of code. Let me clear out this header too.
And this will interact with Polygon by default as well. Or how? Like I don't know how that Polygon interaction.
Oh,
works.
so currently, so this is going to do direct stuff. So as long as my MetaMask is on Polygon
in the right
Mumbai,
network,
it'll be okay. Yeah, but we can set up the cross chain kind of forwarder stuff a little later.
So how is it okay swapping between testnet and
it's looking at
as long as you have that selected.
Yeah, so if I were to do this on Ethereum, it would definitely try and send it off to the wrong network. But as long as I'm on Mumbai, it's okay. But basically that is being collected into this provider variable that we have. So this is what contains like what's active.
Yeah. Okay.
But for now, we just kind of want to make sure things work. So we can pay for the transaction, do it manually. I feel like this needs to be a little bit special. I don't know what to do.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody better at drawing should have done this.
You got this. Draw a self-portrait.
Yeah, that's easy.
Yeah.
It's good so far. That's great.
That's my beard.
This is great. It's perfect.
It is.
Okay, good enough.
Awesome.
Oh no, all right. Error sending a transaction requires a signer. Okay, so I think that just means over here we got to do provider.getSigner. And let's try it again.
Oh, nice. The state is still here.
Uh-oh, internal JSON RPC error. Owner query for non-existent token. Oops, I did it in the wrong token. So got to rebuild it over in 0, 0 because that's what we own.
Interesting.
Wow, so good.
All right.
Well, that's working. That part's
That's amazing. And now we know.
All right, whatever. That's good enough for now. All right, so we got our MetaMask to pull up. Let's confirm our transaction. And then let's see. Okay, so
Nice.
all right, should be updated. That transaction came through. So now if we go to contract, go to our read, we want to look up the token URI.
Oh man, if this works.
We need to look up our token ID first.
Yep.
Should be 000. Should just be all zeros.
Oh yeah. What is method response?
Is XY 00 or is it
Oh.
Oh, I just took a sec. Oh, because it's a huge ass SVG.
Whoa.
Okay, so I think this needs to be like base 64 decoded.
Yeah, this looks base 64.
Yeah. For sure.
Okay, so we got some JSON formatted over here. Oops.
And you have to decode again the base 64 image.
Well, I think this we can just pop into
Oh yeah,
browser.
Right.
Or actually
A browser.
into the browser. Yeah.
Yep, browser will do it.
It's cutting off here because I think even VS Code is like, yeah, this is too long. Or is that ... coming from here? No, this is the whole thing.
Unlikely.
Is it coming from here?
Yeah.
It could be.
Let me just copy it here. Okay, so invalid formatting on the
3982. If you dump what you have in your VS Code now, you might be able to get to 3982 without it truncating your actual clipboard.
Sorry, what do I do?
Basically, paste Command A in VS Code and then paste your current content that you basically from the browser. Yeah, and then I
see. Like into here.
Yep. Or into the whole thing. Just swap the whole JSON structure out. Okay. And I'm curious if you could just specify right there at the ln1 call 33 at the very bottom in the footer. If you click on that, you may be able to specify where you want.
So 38982.
I guess so. Although, yeah, it might be 1 comma 389. I think it needs a line and a column separately.
And then a colon in front of it, I think.
Wait. Whoa. Okay, wait.
Whoa.
Current line 1, 3982. Go to line 1, character 0982.
Wait, this is not going to get you anything interesting because it's base 64 encoded.
Oh, right. Yeah. So we got to decode. So decode it from here. Oops. Yeah, because this. Yeah, there we go. This is easier to parse.
It's like, oh gosh,
this is looking right. That's good. 24,000.
Did not want to.
Okay, a couple things I can tell from here even, but let me format.
Missing commas.
Missing commas. We also didn't close out our SVG tag, so we opened one.
That would make it unhappy.
Yeah. So let's start doing some fixes here.
Yeah.
Do you want to do them here or in Remix to just get the?
Well, we're gonna have to deploy it again, so.
No, I know. Just for the error, like the
right.
auto.
Okay.
I guess Yarn build could be doing the same thing.
Yeah, I think Remix can be a little bit quicker,
faster,
so might as well. Good call. Okay, so string. Basically, here we want to do output equals string api.encode packed output, and then that'll close out the SVG. I did notice some of these stroke widths were empty.
Yeah.
Oh, we can also probably take our view box back down to regular because now we can actually get decimals in here. So let's do that too.
That feels
What
like
was it originally?
600.
600.
Which matches the front end.
Makes sense.
Indentation.
Yep.
Path D equals. Yeah, okay, so stroke width is missing. That seems like the other bug in here.
Yeah.
So
that's part of
brush sizes, data strokes, stroke width. Are we passing up stroke width correctly?
I don't.
Oh,
it was
so
0.
Well, I think we're passing up the raw value, not. So we're passing up 4 or 16 at the moment, as opposed to, or no, maybe not. One sec.
We have a map.
You did write this down.
Record.
Where is the
number,
stroke
but we're
map
not
being used? Oh, it's being
yeah,
used
we're,
there.
oh yeah, it is. Huh. So could Solidity be happy with a blank or empty value as stroke width? I don't think so. I think it would like freak out because the brush sizes array would explode.
Yeah.
Is it possible? What does brush sizes array look like? Is it possible something there is wonky?
Brush sizes is here.
416, 0, 1. So it would be a 0 lookup here would give you 4, and a 1 would give you 16. And our index here is 0 and 1, which makes sense. Huh. That looks right.
Yeah.
And the validator didn't yell about it being out of range, so
right.
That's okay too. Could it possibly be the fact that it wants a string instead of an int, and our arrays in Solidity is integers, or rather?
Oh,
could be.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe there's like a toString thing that we can do here. Maybe that's it.
That might make sense.
Yeah, because we're doing that here based on Dom's code.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So, all right. Were those the only 2 fixes? Closing out the SVG and then the stroke width. Anything else seem obvious here?
I think that was it. But I'm curious if we can also validate this faster based on the thing that it sent up to the contract. Like, are we able to see what your front end just sent up to the contract?
Sure.
And pass that into Remix, maybe?
I think we tried pasting that into Remix.
But I think we may have not had all.
No, not just the raw console log, but more what was the transaction that MetaMask sent, like the raw bytecode of it.
Oh, yeah. So I think I did log that here. So that was this.
Mm-hmm. Because I guess our upstream data is fine, or like basically from front end to there. So otherwise, I mean, redeploy is fine too, but it'd just be a little
data.
Oh, it's all encoded.
Data there.
Something.
Yeah.
I don't know how Remix is going to take that or not. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I don't think it will. I think we got to redeploy.
Yeah.
But let's do that. It should be pretty straightforward. Just copy this back from Remix.
Yes, we're gonna have to mint a bunch of tokens.
Okay, so build again. Let's clear out our address here. I'm going to empty out the SDK directory so that we can redo that. And yarn deploy.
I guess the SDK directory can probably stay the same.
No, because we changed the tile. Most of it could probably stay the same, but the tile.sol stuff would definitely change.
But I guess the type definitions all stayed the same.
Yes. Yeah.
At least that was my thinking. Like the internal code probably changed, but the type definitions shouldn't have been modified. So I think it might have been.
Yeah, I think I always just like recopying or using the dynamic linking just to minimize like
any problems.
Yeah. Okay, so that built and deployed. Now let's do a verify on that one. And then update our address here. Oops. And then copy our type chain. And I guess we can get rid of this decimal modifier because we're not doing the multiplication by 1,000 anymore. All right, so let's see if this is verified now. Yep. Okay, so let's go and get our seed1 token or 0 token. And restart our server. There we go. All right, got another 0 tile. So refresh. Connect wallet. All right.
It's quiet. So far, nothing is red.
Yeah,
That's
that's
good.
Okay, so now we want to write or read our token URI 0. Give it a sec this time. Oh, that loaded up even faster.
Wow.
64 to
It
code.
doesn't end with equal signs. I don't know if that. I guess base64 doesn't have to. It's just nice when it does, but weird.
Guess so. I mean, it's coming back with JSON that's valid.
It's totally complete. So I guess it's fine.
So now let's decode our inner SVG. Stroke width's coming in.
Hey,
PG path is closed. See if we just paste this thing right into Figma. What it does.
Oh, will Figma take that?
Yeah.
Should.
No way.
Wow, we did it.
My God.
Whoa, that's insane. I did not even know you could do that with Figma. That's great to know.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Wow, nice.
Sweet. I think we got to try it with one other color and one other brush stroke just to make sure. But then I'll check this in because
into 0-1.
All the colors.
Great. Or maybe Canvas one?
Yeah.
0-1.
Just that too.
Oh wait, wrong field. 1-0-1. Connect to Web3.
This is some crazy shit.
It's funny how we're getting so excited. It's just like, whoa, the thing happened.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I mean, SVGs and JSON doodling interfaces have been around for a long time, but this one feels a little different.
Yeah, this is fun. Okay, so 0-1, X is 0, Y is 1, so that would be this guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
hopefully.
that makes sense.
All right, different colors, no reds.
Very nice.
There's such a...
All right, I don't know what I'm doing.
A tree.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna do the laziest tree.
Beautiful.
I do think we need like a jumbo brush for like filling in a background or coloring in this way.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure if we go with just like a pen and then like a big blobby guy, or if we want to add a third or not. Because it would be nice to be able to layer in stuff.
Yeah.
I wonder how giant this SVG is going to become.
Mm-hmm. Well,
as long as it stores onto the chain, I'm good.
Yeah.
We might need like some SVG compressor or something.
That's a good call.
Yeah, there's cleanup compression stuff.
Oh shit.
Gas required exceeds allowance. All right.
Wait. Is that because you have no gas, or is it because it asks for weight?
Oh, that's a good question. Let's go get some more from the faucet. Yeah, I think I was running out. All right, so I got more now. That's a dime's worth. Nope. I think there might be a way to override this. I think this is just like a. Oh no, the block has a gas limit. Let's try like a simpler one just to start. I think some way of minifying is definitely going to be necessary, but let's.
Yeah, I dropped in some library into the builders. I don't know if it'll work out of the box, but it should be, yeah.
Cool. I've forgotten how to draw a tree all of a sudden. Not that I was any good at it before. Cool.
It's pretty good.
I guess it might be the long paths that generate like tons and tons of points. As opposed to unfilled
like
paths.
Once it's starting to fill in, I think it's gonna blow the whole thing up.
I think so.
And I think that's what the minifier will do.
Oh, no.
Even that's too much. Okay.
4 lines.
A triangle.
A triangle.
There we go. He's okay with that one.
Wow. No, it's a very
beautiful tree.
Very high feedback constraint.
I think Nifty probably just stores these things on ITFS instead of doing like a pure on-chain thing.
Probably.
Yeah.
Wow. That would be a puzzle.
Oh yeah, it might get kind of weird too, potentially. If they're not all paths from the minifier, if it turns out to be like other things.
Oh yeah, so we gotta play with it too.
Exporting the whole canvas to that final NFT is going to be enormous.
To have a whole block on Ethereum.
All right, so our canvas number, XY coordinates are good. Good to know. And then our SVG. Nice.
Wow, what a tree.
Okay, so we need to figure out what our gas limits here are going to be, how we manage that.
Yeah, I also wonder if there's some. Well, if what minifying does is it like, given that we're drawing at a particular resolution fidelity, I wonder if there's a sort of points per second like metric or number that's being plopped down somewhere where our curves don't need to be as specified as they are, like with frequency, especially when the thing is being held down as opposed to just like one line. Like there's I don't know if that's at the SVG library level or actually after the data has been drawn, but I think we have like extremely well detailed curves, whereas like we don't need that level of fidelity.
Yeah, that definitely seems right to me.
Yeah,
so
the question is like how do you turn those off without just like blowing the SVG up?
Yeah, was there any knobs on the React canvas or whichever one we're using? React
I don't think so.
I don't think so, but let's take another look. We had a storybook. So
no, not a lot going on here.
seemed like it, yeah. So Scott's in here now. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say I'm gonna just quickly mess with this library locally and see if it does better.
Awesome. Sweet. So Scott, I think you might be the most knowledgeable about SVG stuff. We've basically got our full loop working, where we can draw in here, post it, goes onto the blockchain, gives us like non-chain SVG that's fully stored. But we're running into stuff where like the more complex it gets, it runs into like, hey, this is way too much gas to be included on any block. So we're trying to figure out, are there ways of kind of like minifying the SVG or optimizing it in some way, or tuning our like drawing tool to be a little bit less precise so that it's not like, gigantic data blobs for each one.
Yeah, one thing that comes to mind is you could like reduce the tile size that they can draw on. So just you'd have less detail that you could even draw into the thing.
Because we're at 600 by 600 now. It could still be 600 by 600, but I guess the underlying canvas could be like a proportion of that. Smaller.
Yeah, like maybe that's like I think our big brush is like 16 pixels, so maybe just making the brush like 32 or something would also do it. But yeah, you should be able to smooth out those points on the path. I didn't see a thing in that library either, but that would be a good way to save on some data.
Yeah.
No.
So I wonder, I mean, if we do 100 by 100 here, just to kind of go to one other extreme and see what that looks like.
No.
I'm imagining it's going to render differently too, but maybe we can scale it back up with CSS. So if we do .canvas and like a transform, potentially, this is maybe a very sloppy way of doing it. I think I like that at all.
Yeah, like, may have fallen through.
Oh. Okay, so something to do with like the origin point and stuff, but
yeah.
Whoa. All right. Well,
I think ultimately it doesn't matter. Like that's gonna stop. So you can just draw in here.
let me give ourselves a way to output what this looks like here, so we can. Okay, so just doing a bunch of fills, big lines, and save.
Yeah, that's still pretty detailed. I mean, we could also just only use the large brush size too, maybe.
Wouldn't the path still stay the same like level of fidelity? It's just that
that's true.
The rendered stroke is bigger.
Yeah, really, we would need to like reduce the amount of points on the path.
Yeah, I wonder if we could just do sampling where we say,
like
hey,
take every long couple.
Yeah. It would mess with like very, very precise drawings. So there'd be like a fine tuning thing to do there. But ultimately, when you just like take out some of these points, it should really end up kind of softening the curves, like I think Scott said, but not sure.
Yeah,
this
they call
is
it like
pretty
smoothing.
Compact.
I think I think we even saw that in the library when we were looking at it the other day. They were applying some smoothing to the points. I don't think it was exposed, but when you were digging into it, it looked like it might have been in there.
This one or maybe the other one?
Yeah, that.
There's a smoothing thing. I mean, we could patch this and then turn this way up and see what it does. worth a shot.
Yeah, but I guess I'm curious if smoothing just changes the points or actually reduces the number of them. It's unclear from this function. Length. Length, is that length of path or length of something else? Can't quite.
I think it's the length of each line, because it's ending up multiplying it by an x and y coordinate. So, oh no, this is defining the Bezier curves, I think, and then it's how smooth those it might be. It's in that control point function, which was definitely being called from like that Bezier command flow.
Yeah, that makes sense. Surely somewhere they're deciding how many points to draw on the line.
Yeah.
Well, so if you go to the little like demo page and look at the JSON output,
the library,
you can kind of get a feel for how it converts lines to points. And I guess if you go back and forth, like that's the most expensive operations. Maybe
I mean, even one line is like so much.
That's a lot. Yeah.
I mean, it might be possible to fork the library and see like how often the points are getting put down and just like change that variable.
Let's see where that
maybe not the easiest, but
Andrew.
Yeah, it really seems like it's doing it on every single event. So I don't know if that means we should like throttle it or. Oh, Dave, that font looks great.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's giving it away for free. We probably have to convert it to a web font, but it would be interesting to like potentially set up a wallet for him or something. Present him with a little nicety for offering it for free.
Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of stumped on what the best move here would be. There are also other ways out. I mean, IPFS for storage and not worry about it. Although that's a little bit less cool to not have it be fully within the.
Yeah. There's also maybe the potential of doing a very lightweight run through path array and just seeing like points that look a lot like the subsequent points, just dropping them. So instead of deterministic like n-based sampling, we're doing more like only keep the unique things in here. But I feel like that's gonna fuck with groups big time. If you only have a few points that try to define a circle, then it's gonna be a triangle.
Yeah, I think people would not like that very much if their circles became triangles.
Yeah, it'd be nice if the library had an API.
Ooh, one other thing is like our decimal precision again may be a factor here, because it's a lot of data and most of it's not useful.
So if we just chopped off all of our like decimals, probably could save like,
I mean, like
over half,
60%, 70% probably.
Yeah.
All right, then. That's an easy one. Let's try that out. We don't have to change the contract either for that.
Yeah. Squeaking into the limits of SVG data. This is great.
Is there a regex to just like?
I wonder if you just turn it into a decimal at compile time.
Compile time where?
Well, not about them, but when you're building this path strewn, oh, they're already in paths.
Yeah, so that
You can't
I'm
touch
just
the JSON
lifting.
before it outputs the SVG. Yeah, yep.
Yeah.
That maybe regex is the best there.
Is it built in a? Is the SVG built in a consistent where you can just like split it by like space or something and then?
Probably. Yeah,
I guess
don't think there would be
all
other.
decimal points could work.
Yeah. One sec. This might be what we need. Just give it a shot and just like output it locally, see what it does. And cancel out before we go do this.
There's something called SpriteBot, which you're awkwardly tenacious optimizing robot for SVGs. And supposedly it like shows you a UI of how much it compressed. Which,
yeah, I think it might be based on that SVGO.
Yeah. It's similar. Yeah, it's based on what I
package.
linked.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm running into. I think SVGO is meant to be run on the server side. So possibly we might have to run it on the server side via an API and then get it back on the front end. At least I'm running into an FS error, which is quite annoying.
Yep.
I don't know if there's any other API.
Yeah, it looks like they link to an API at least. Vector Express.
I wonder if anybody has done a make the cleanest output SVG canvas tool thing.
If not,
Probably somewhere like buried in a games company.
Yeah.
Probably buried in a games company.
John Carmack wrote it like 20 years ago. Oh, so rate limiting mouse move event spawning might be the thing. So before our data even gets into the paths, like just don't give the information to the library at all.
Right.
And there could be maybe like some X probability chance of just killing the mouse event right before.
Okay, let's give it a shot. Where we wrecked sketch canvas. Am I looking in the wrong place?
Oh, wasn't it only
there we go. Oh yeah, they weren't like pushing up the whole thing.
Yeah.
Might still be able to do this for now real quick. Whoops. Yeah, I don't want to mess. There's dollar signs and stuff there. Looks scary.
Yeah.
I guess we can fork this. Should we fork it to the relational org?
Yep. I think it makes good sense.
Cool. And then what was it that we were trying to change here? All right, let's just do it really scrappy and just like.
Not quite the answer, but it's in the neighborhood. People talking about mouse sampling events and translate canvas and redraw throttle limitations.
Got it. I think actually before we do this, I think the decimal thing might help a lot, and that seems like because we're gonna have to figure out how to rebuild that library and stuff too. So it seems like quicker to try the decimal thing.
True.
So let's just try it doing splits of the string, like CJ suggested. So the regex. Okay, so. Outputs.
Those do look undecimalified.
Yeah, so let's just rejoin them. And maybe let's see what the original looked like too, just for comparison.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow.
Do we, some commas seem like they disappeared. Or no, did they? Yeah, there's some commas.
Yeah. Oh, because it would be part of the second string. Yeah, after split.
Got it. How do we do that?
I think regex still might be safer, where you basically do a lookup of a period and then an unknown number of integers and just sub that out to nothing.
Got it. I'm entering dangerous territory here. I don't know what I'm doing.
We'll want to do this. I think grab your entire string and paste it into here. The entire expanded
original.
CG. Yep.
I think it starts here.
Yep. And now let's make sure. Actually, maybe if you go to regex 101, I think it gives you a little better control over the final. And then on the left, flavor. Let's just make sure we're going to be the right one. Probably do the JavaScript, EMCA script. Yep. And now I think what I'm imagining is a open parentheses, backslash period. Oh, sorry. I guess that would be forward slash actually.
Sorry.
Yep, like that. And then backslash D. And then, I guess forward slash again.
I might be getting the names wrong.
Yeah, I always get them confused as well. Now, open curly braces, comma.
Open what?
Open curly braces is like, 0, comma, close curly brace. And then close parentheses. Yep.
Close parentheses. Ooh. Yeah. Okay, so how do we drop these?
Basically, JavaScript has a pretty friendly string replace function that looks, or like a regex string replace function that looks just like the regular string replace function. So I think you just check for regex substitute. Like first, I think you'll compile this regex into its own string and then call our string into it. Let me see here. Try to find it. Regex sub string. Okay. Oh yeah, and there's I remember this dance we had last time, but I think
this is roughly the format we're going for here.
Cool. With our regex being where the dash currently is?
Exactly, yep.
Cool, okay, so
in between the two slashes.
path string dot replace. Let's
Mm-hmm.
comment this out for now.
GPT-3 is like throwing in lots of suggestions there.
Does that look okay?
I think so.
Give it a shot. Yeah.
Yeah. I think so. I've seen commas, seen pairs. It looks very rigid, like there's like some weird alignment stuff, but I guess that's just because they're all 3 characters.
Yeah. Okay, I guess let's maybe mint another seed and see if
No, it's cool, yeah, that we're just passing up new data instead of
what was our contract address? All right, so let's do 011. That's token ID 257. I don't need to think about that. So 011 is here. All right, we're going to draw a tree again.
Mm-hmm.
And I need to do this from the bottom.
Also, I guess on the user feedback side of this, there could be like essentially, this is kind of what maybe Dave or somebody mentioned yesterday, just about like the idea of you're using.
Did you cut out there?
Oh, maybe. I mean, just the idea of like a ink cartridge that runs out as you're drawing, and that being like a kind of a thing that.
This is what I was thinking. Like, if these things are going to be super heavy, yeah, ideally the tool is like doing some of that work for you, but it's not. Because like a lot of these
has like
line ed. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying the canvas has a drawing time value you could reference, so like they could only draw for like a minute. That could kind of be the ink.
I've seen that in games too, where there's like a complexity kind of budget that you can go up to. I think
complexity budget is interesting because it feels like the more things are like the factor of things.
You could like count the points in all the lines or something.
Yeah.
What it's called, but
dreams. This sounds familiar.
I'm looking around to see if there's any specific thing that like reduces points and smooths lines. Like, because a lot of the like higher end drawing tools have this. Like, it's effectively you draw a ragged line and it smooths it out for you.
Right.
Apparently, there's a Raymer Douglas Puker algorithm to simplify the points.
Of course, there is.
There you go. Raymer Douglas Puker. He knows his business.
Okay, so even this much was too much for.
Oh wow! Yeah.
So.
Some D3 thing here. I don't know if it has other lingo to help with the search.
It looks like this optimizer is definitely compressing like these digits. I just like quickly hacked up the API, and it even on a very like simple path, it looks like it's at least 40% less.
Oh wow! So that on top of cutting out the decimals, like that, maybe that's all we need.
I think this did cut out the decimals itself. Just looking at how it's doing. So I think probably the decimals is going to be a huge part of it. It also looks how the curves are defined are a little bit more compact.
Do you have something you want to plug into on your end then, CJ? I can check this in and pass it over to you if you want.
Sure. I think I can do that.
Cool.
It's super happy, but I think it should work.
Yeah, I think we're just trying stuff out.
I will have to set up the Polygon testnet stuff, but other than that.
Cool. I can leave this private key in there because I just generated it just for this.
Yeah.
And then we can just keep funding it. So I'll leave that in the repo for now. And
cool. And I should be able to import that to MetaMask or something, huh?
Yeah. Okay. So tile contract. Do we want UI rounded or Apple system on it? What was the newer one? Oh wait, no, those ones aren't conflict. Sorry, my bad.
I added the rounded.
Got it. I think we can leave that in there.
Oh yeah, sorry. These are probably all my conflicts.
No, all good. I hadn't pulled a little bit. So accept incoming change, I think, seems fine for these.
Yeah, I moved a little bit of that out to a hook, like an editor hook, just to kind of let the other components get into that logic.
I'm sorry, what? Didn't catch that.
Oh, I was just saying I moved some of the Zeuston stored logic to a editor hook just so it would be easier for the other components to share it.
I see. Oh, use editor over here. Nice. Awesome. We need to keep both these in here.
D3 sure does have a lot of people making a lot of crazy stuff. It's all for data viz stuff primarily. Didn't you guys know?
As far as I've seen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will probably still take some cleaning up, but
That logic changed a little bit. What did you? Some of that was just moved to the.
I'm gonna undo all my changes here because I think I was a little too reckless. Okay, so this is where we're at with the merge conflict on the editor file. Is the GitHub interface a little bit better for this?
I would say you're better off in VS Code.
Okay.
So you had some changes this morning on the like sending it to the contract or something?
Yes. So that's where like this stuff came in, the tile factory.
If you look in the use editor hook, I had moved some of the stuff that you guys had in place last night. So like that set tile, I think is maybe where you were exploring the path stuff. So maybe you could move your new logic over here.
Yep. Set tile That'll save it to the local state. Okay.
Okay, at least as far as I can tell, it's cutting down. It went from almost 14,000 bytes to 6,500.
Whoa, that's
wow.
better.
Okay.
It does not look like that in my console, just like looking at the raw length of them. But I guess copying it did something else. I guess not all of it's displayed or something. I don't know what's happening.
Oh wait, no. I'm
trying to get all the paths on the canvas.
Yeah, so that's what we're passing up to Solidity right now instead of the full SVG string. It's like the paths. Just get rid of these just to start cleaning up a little bit. So set tile you've moved into here. I know, so set tile is what we want now. So saving SVG to state. This is now being handled elsewhere. This as well. Okay, leave this. But set tile, is that being pulled from here? So we want to make sure we keep this. Hey, okay. Seems better. And
Yeah, where do we get those paths from? You can probably just get it out of the store there.
it's coming in from here, so I wonder if we just pass this in.
Oh, okay.
Or this is what we want. It's basically like our formatted data that we're going to send up to Solidity or to the blockchain. So I think if I just do paths here and then packaged paths, and I'll get the shape of the protect trip. So it's path, stroke color is a number, stroke width is a number, and path is a string.
It's an array of objects.
What was that?
Is that an array of objects? Basically just specifying the type.
Yes. Palette map, I think we can just copy over.
and stroke map. Path string. Oh. Oh. Okay, so there's no errors. Let's just run it in dev and see if it works. Run it in dev and see if it works. Yep.
I'm finding some fascinating GitHub threads. Arguing about implementations of like different, basically scaling algorithms and trying to find least common denominators between the number scaling up instead of scaling down. There's like a bunch of different approaches. This problem sounds like. Everybody's as usual arguing.
I saw a guy on Twitter like building his own editor. Maybe he would be a good resource.
Yeah.
Is that the TL draw thing? I was showing John that
Steve
last night.
Ruiz.
Yeah, that thing's bonkers.
Ooh. I'd not actually seen this live yet. This is awesome.
Yeah.
Invalid big number value.
Looks close. It did save the tile, just not to.
Yeah. Posting to chain and then active canvas. So just log these things, see what comes back. Oh, stroke color and stroke width are undefined right now, that's why. So yeah, that's
What? It's supposed to be pulling it from path, and then where does it come from in that case?
Because I haven't had one. It's a nice shirt. Okay. I've been waiting to find a white shirt that would last. Instead of the cheap one.
This library definitely messes with something. Like the SVG, like I wrote hi and it just shows like a little piece of it. I mean, and looking at the HTML, like it appears like it's all there.
What?
But I can't
not
see
right
it.
now. I don't have my.
Not great.
Not within the box.
I bought a croissant.
You like didn't build it. Like the data's all there, but
yeah, I think I don't know if I actually need to pass paths in is what I might be realizing. Paths oh, I was like redoing it, that's why. Okay, I'm passing in the wrong paths. Okay, so paths here. Yeah, I'm basically just running the same logic in two different places, which I don't need to be doing. And what is this type canvas path? All right, let's just get lazy with it for a sec. Okay, that seems good. And there's a chance this transaction fails because I don't know if the editing permissions were there or not. I don't know, seems okay. So let's look at 0, 0, 0 again. Yeah, cool.
Beautiful.
So cool. Okay, CJ should be up now if you want to pull.
Okay, let me do that. And then more things. Oh, I need to come up with this before. So, start. This is new. Pretty much all of this. How is this working now?
Oh, I thought I'd fixed that when I checked it in.
What was it?
I thought I'd fixed it when I checked it in. If you do a git pull, maybe with the force, I don't know. Did you have local changes there too?
I had local changes, but all I added was this.
I would copy that into your clipboard and then maybe just do like a git pull force, unless somebody thinks that's too dangerous.
No, I think that's fine.
You can stash
Cool.
to be safe.
It should be all right. I already committed this, so it's probably like not happy about that.
Yeah.
It's fine. I'll have to just resolve it manually, but it should be like relatively simple. I can just do this and then delete all of this.
There's a few files though.
This should be the only one that has the conflict, I believe.
Oh yeah, the other red ones are deleted. That's fine.
Let me make sure, because it looks like where's path elements? It gave me something. Path. Oh no, all of that should be okay, right?
I think I moved that into the use editor.
Oh,
no, yeah, this is good. What you got now is good. Yep. That should be okay.
And it doesn't like paths. Paths is a set of canvas paths. What is this?
So in set tile, I changed that type to any. So if you go to use editor, no, that should be fine.
Maybe I need to restart TypeScript.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Seems better.
Okay, cool. But one question is, what is this? So this is canvasref.current.export paths. What are these paths being used for?
So that's the what are those paths being used for?
Hold on, let me open. Is set tile in state?
It's in use editor.
Oh, it's in use editor. So set tile props paths is any. But what is paths being used for?
It's trying to reassemble the thing, but I don't know if it's actually being used that way. I know it is. It is. So it's withdrawing the color and the width from it that way. That's what's going on.
Oh. Okay. I see. Hopefully this will still work. I hope the number of paths never changes between the optimized version and the non-optimized version. Otherwise, we might have to change this.
Cool. See what happens.
So I think all I really should have to do is change this SVG to so it's going to export the SVG. Great. If there's not an SVG return, and then optimize that, and we'll return it into result. User just printing out the optimizations. And then here, instead of this. Okay. And SVG is being set here, but it probably should be optimized. Or SVGs. Where is SVG coming from here? Is it the same thing? Yes, it should be the same thing.
You're gonna have to do like SVG colon optimized SVG.
Gotcha.
Object.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay. I think that's fine. I think that'll resolve itself. So one problem, I guess we'll probably see it now. Oh, well, we'll have that as well. Okay. Well, I need to do a few things. I need to do a few things. Okay. It's pretty much just following this doc, I'm guessing.
Yeah. That should do it.
This.
Yep.
Oh.
Oh, you already got it.
No, you already got it.
What the fuck? How do I already have it? All right.
How do I
cool.
already have it? All right. And I can import. From this guy.
Nice.
Cool.
I'll load it up with a little bit more Matic now on my end. So you got it?
So you got it? Wait. Close this. Destroy this computer. Cool. And I'm gonna byte this now. Canvas 0. We probably need to mint some of these guys.
Yep.
Where does the addresses?
Yep. You probably want to do it through Firefox so you can connect your MetaMask.
Thank you. I just need to kill this, I think. Put this in order. Nope.
Think Mumbai Polygon scan.
Yeah, thank you. Do we have? Does our address currently have any tiles?
Not unused ones as far as I know.
Okay.
It's possible I've used that one, but not 100% sure. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's why the error is.
Makes sense. Let's go up and X. Did you use 1-0?
Don't think so.
Don't think so. Oh. 1-0. So it's gonna totally be broken. Great. Yeah, I'm pretty sure as soon as we save this, it's gonna. It's weird like this.
That's what you meant that one time where you only saw the corner?
Yeah, it's only displaying the corner. So we might just have to dig into like the SVG stuff and figure out.
Yeah, this feels more like it changed the view box and it's just not fitting into the preview tile.
Yeah. That is what seems like it is happening here.
Somewhat solvable.
Yeah, it seems relatively. How much do I need to draw to like make sure that it like totally fails?
I thought that would have failed. Based on
My guess would have been
half an hour ago. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a shit ton of points. Basically, continuous curves.
Continuous curves is probably not good for it.
None at all. Yeah.
It's good for testing. Yeah.
Maybe if I erase it randomly too.
Well,
by the way.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say the eraser, I don't think it's going to translate to our current flow. I forgot to mention that.
Is that right?
Yeah, because it's basically the pads thing that it's doing is like it's making a draw mode false, which I was unclear about what that meant yesterday. So we'll just have to figure out some way of like encoding the erase data.
Okay, so this might just blow up in our face.
I mean, I think it just wouldn't render the erase data, but wow. Invalid big number value.
It's a different sort of big number.
I'm not sure.
Did you have
what
a seed token for this tile?
I should
Yes,
have.
he just made one. Are you logged in with the right account?
I should be.
Yeah, 7D. That looks right.
I didn't. I need to reconnect this time. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I just like blew up the canvas or something. Like it just became too large.
Let's do like a small one too, just to see if that error was because of a persistent error or if it was because of. Yeah, I know.
Because I can
Okay,
at least confirm this.
Yeah.
Confirm this.
Yeah. And then I'm curious if we then query for that and get and base64 decode it, is it going to give us just that corner, or that subsection, or will it give us the full thing?
It's a good test. It's a good test.
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, annoying. So annoying. Oh no. Oh no. I don't know. Oh, I do have a Google account here. Great. Great. Please, no. Please, I'm sorry. No. Please, I'm sorry.
It looks like the full thing.
Yeah, I think it is the viewport view box thing is like kind of messed up. Haha. Whoa. Cool. Whoa. Can I export SVGs from Figma as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Oh cool. Oh man, playing around with this is gonna be tons of fun.
Yeah, people I guess could encode little hidden layer stuff. Find them.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, what can I do in Figma? And then like put the SVG on the chain and like fit it within our constraints, but mess with it as much as possible. Okay.
Well, it seems like we've pushed up the point at which it'll yell at you for using too much ink.
Yeah. So now the question is, how do we get this inside the viewport?
Yeah, let's inspect the element, see what's going on.
You hit Command plus inside of the editor.
Yeah. So I'm not. I have no idea what's going on with SVGs. I don't know if we need to be adding like some kind of view box here. Also, I don't know what the previous ones looked like. One thing, I guess it can go back to read, because there are other ones that are on the chain right now. Anyhow,
I think it's the width and height. If you get rid of width and height, that might scale it down.
Yeah.
If you can just delete those attributes, that might do it.
Okay.
Maybe not.
Try doing the view box 0, 0, 600, 600.
Box 0, 0, 0, 600.
Yeah. There we go.
Okay. Please stop moving. Is it like shifted? It looks like kind of shifted for some reason.
Yeah, but may want to double check that. Just making sure that you weren't moving your paintbrush off canvas and then back on it.
Yeah. I'll do that. If I put that back in, does it matter?
No, didn't change it. Yeah, because I think I saw the edge being cut off in the beginning.
Yeah, and I think your style that's there in line that's with 100% height, 100% will override that anyways.
Oh, is that right?
Believe so.
And I guess anyhow, once it's gone to chain, it doesn't have that. Anyhow.
Yeah. No, we're hard coding back in the 600s on chain.
Yeah. And it doesn't have any of this width, height, or style stuff. Right. So, I wonder if we can just. Does it make sense to strip it out on the UI side just to like kind of fix this?
Yeah. Can't hurt. I mean, I guess your optimized function is returning it that way too.
It's returning it that way. Yeah. I don't know if there's other parameters. That we can pass in. Could be.
just set view box or something. Just set view box or something.
Styles.
Remove VBox. Remove VBox.
This is what it's run by default.
This is what it's run by default.
Oh yeah.
I can probably set remove viewbox as false. I don't know if we had a viewbox to begin with.
I think we did.
Then in that case, I can probably do something. I don't know how this optimized function. is getting, or if it's all config. Wow, this is a lot. Optional path. Multipass. What's multipass?
It's gonna keep doing it until he. It's gonna keep doing it. Smoothest line.
Anyway. This.
Sort element attributes for epic reloop.
Great description. What was it? Remove.
VBox.
Hope it takes that.
Capital B.
Yeah.
Capital B. Yeah. I think depending on if they have TypeScript in there or not, if you change your const equals require to an import from, you might be able to pull in some of the TypeScript stuff that way. But
that would be nice. Sure. Okay. Yeah, I kind of was just following the documentation and then let's maybe just redo this and see what it wants. What does it want?
I think like control space gives you the autocomplete. Or command. Yeah, there you go.
Cool.
It's possible they don't have TypeScript like typings for everything in there.
There's that multi-pass option. That's interesting.
Yeah, plugins probably. What does it want? Plugin array. And then probably in here we can do remove viewbox. Or is it just remove viewbox? How does it work? This doesn't seem right.
Yeah,
Can I do this?
I'm not sure. You would need to probably wrap it in an object if that syntax is what they're looking for.
Imagining, yeah.
I'm poking around their issues and stuff as well to see if that syntax is anywhere.
Plugins name. This is kind of local. These are built in. It does think they're an array of objects. What is it called?
Yeah, and then like params, I think. And the params are the options. I think that name is just like the name of the plugin.
Right. What is the params though?
And then the param is the remove viewbox false, I think.
Does it have to be an override? I don't understand. Can you explain, Scott?
Hang on one second.
You're just trying to match to the option name option value structure, right? Is it just not autofilling it or not accepting the value at all?
Oh, you're saying this. I was looking at the
Oh, yeah, override, I think is
plugins. Enable a built-in plugin by name. This is a very strange way to go about this.
Well, yeah, I think that basically.
What is the option name?
I think you'd be good with just the string, the first one, because these are 3 ways to activate a plugin. First one, because remove viewbox is like a true false. I think it doesn't need any extra. So.
Oh,
in
that's
other words,
weird how they did that.
Yeah, it's definitely not a good like flexible convention. But basically, I think you should be good by just replacing built-in plug-in name basically just as it is right there with remove viewbox. So just drop your name key and your params object.
Well, we actually want to enable the viewbox. Like we want to disable this plugin.
Oh.
Yeah, their
God.
plugin syntax is bizarre.
Oh, I
This
see.
is kind of
Inverse of-
insane.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe just a string replace is fine for now if we're dealing with pretty predictable inputs and outputs.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm just like, this thing is fucking.
Yeah, let's just get it working.
It's ludicrous. Can we just do output data? Oh god. And we replace what are we're looking to add, aren't we? We're looking to add a viewbox. Should we parse this and add a viewbox? I don't know the best way to go about this. I think so too.
Could be. I mean, if we have width equals 600, height equals 600 in a consistent place, we could just string replace that section with our viewbox.
Mm-hmm.
Again, just depending on it being consistent, because there's only one kind of route through this stuff.
I bet it would. I bet it's going to be consistent.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to wrap this. This I think. Equals 600 px. It's not happy with something, but fine. Viewbox. Maybe works.
No. Can we log the value, like the
Just be in the front end?
Oh, it's not including pixels in the original output. That's why. It's just 600, 600.
I added that. That's probably why.
There you go.
Maybe. Just kind of want to get the corners.
Nice.
Yeah, well, not happy about something.
String. It might have something to do with the fact that you don't own that seed tile, and it was trying to submit it, possibly, because it is doing the tile contract.create tile, and I don't think you did. Like canvas 142 or whatever that is. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Oh.
It's got to figure it out. Oh yeah.
That was from their docs. They had like an override example, and I think there's 2 options in there of how to do it.
Oh, and preset default is just like the default like params in general that they loaded like all this set of plugins or something.
Right, that's my understanding. And then you can override some of those params, and you can either like select the name, like the comments show like two different ways to do it there, I think.
I see. So you don't necessarily need to do both.
Yeah, I think you just need one of those remove view box options. I think the first one lets you override the value, and the second one just lets you turn it off, turn the plugin off completely.
Interesting. Oh, and it's mutually exclusive as well. Interesting. Or disable.
Yeah, that second one's probably sufficient if we just don't want it to run. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious. Yep. Looks like that works.
Nice.
Maybe we'll do it the official way. Thank you, Scott. That was really helpful. Cool. So I guess now do we try to break it again and see if we break the chain?
Sure. I imagine we'll still need some kind of like
Protection.
Yeah, like ink running out thing, just for. But it seems like it's going to be so much more permissive now than it was an hour ago.
Yeah.
I fill the whole thing. Paint it black. Maybe lots of paths, because lots of paths add up.
I think that's just a difference of like an array of arrays. So basically where, in which array
Versus just a bunch of points.
Yeah.
I was thinking also for like an eraser hack is you could just add a white color, and that would kind of act as an eraser.
Mm-hmm. I think that's how a lot of apps
the way to go.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe we have enough paths now. No, I didn't sign in.
Wait. Oh, I wonder if you sign in another tab, does it like knock your state over?
It might. It depends on if there's a ZooStan thing built in that does that, which 50-50, I don't remember.
Mm-hmm.
But it is. I mean, it is going to local storage, and local storage has events. So tab sync through local storage should be an easy thing to add in, even if it's not there.
Mm-hmm.
I know we had a tree earlier. Sorry, I'm just getting lots of blobs. I'm not quite as artistic. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe this is abstract art, I don't know.
Yes. SVG frustration.
Technical art.
It's beautiful.
Wow.
Thank you.
Did you grab that seed?
I did grab that seed. I believe. 3. Oh,
Yeah.
3 is actually the next one.
Yep.
I think I have 2 as well, though.
I think we can look at the tile and see the holders. So if we go to token tracker tile, oh yeah.
In a minute.
Well, we have 256, 512, and 768, which is wonderful. I guess probably reading. getting the coordinates versus coordinates. 6. Yeah. 512 should be 2.
So that's what you were posting to.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so you should have it. So what is the STR? Because that's come up before too.
Yeah, this has happened a couple times. STR is undefined. Use editor. What open? Oh shit.
Do we have STR in here anywhere?
I don't think we have STR anywhere in here.
Yeah, so it's probably within one of the functions that we're using.
Right. Which means we could possibly be passing it something. Oh.
Yeah.
I guess we can log out all of these variables before we send it and see what happens.
Sure.
I guess, wait, we kind of have this already.
Oh, yeah. I
Active
think
canvas.
we just did this.
Okay, so this is active canvas. This is X, Y, and then this is our array of really long paths. All of these look like strings to me. Oh, path undefined.
There we go.
Ah, yes. So I think this is probably due to the mismatch between the optimizer and the paths that are getting sent out.
So I think easy thing to do would just be run a filter where we're doing line 73. Like after the close of that, so on line 81, let's just do a filter for any paths that are empty.
Actually, we kind of already have this already. We have path elements, and we can probably, can't we just read the attribute directly from it?
Well, so we're setting up that path elements array separately. And then the real thing that we're doing that's going to get sent off to the chain starts on line 73, where we then read that path strings array.
Right.
I think basically this. Yeah, go ahead.
This paths is coming from the API, right?
Yeah. Or no. I think that path's coming from the front end.
Yeah. It's coming from the front end, the library, the drawing library.
Yeah. So that's where we want to filter it out.
Oh, you're saying like in the case that path strings I is undefined before this return.
Yeah, but I think the cleaner way to do it would be through a filter after the fact, because otherwise we're gonna have like null values inside the map that are being returned. So filter pass filter.
I think what I was thinking, instead of like doing this, getting an undefined value and then filtering it afterwards, was we have the raw path elements from the new SVG. And all we have to do is, since this is just XML, we can iterate through the XML as similar to how we're iterating through the JSON here, and just pull out those same values, because they should be part of the same thing, I believe.
Yep.
I don't know how to do this offhand. And this is a lot of SVG paths, but that's fine. We can probably just look at, probably look at this and figure it out from there. Stroke. The stroke width is in G. I see. So it looks like, interesting.
Oh, so that's an optimization that they're doing too, is instead of writing the stroke width on each one, they're setting up groups for it.
Yeah.
That could complicate things.
This can complicate things, can't it?
Is that another plugin to disable for now, potentially? Is the auto grouping? I don't know what they call it.
Do you think, okay, now that I'm seeing this, maybe it does make more sense just to filter it after the fact and just throw it out.
I think that'll be easier, but then I think something might still break if the stroke widths are being basically like hoisted up to a group. Because we're not handling that in our reassembly in the solidity side. So
I see.
If there's a way to disable the grouping here, collapse groups, is that it?
Do you see it?
Yeah, collapse groups is towards the bottom. There you go.
Yeah,
I'm not 100% sure that's it. Close.
Does seem close. Oh, this should be false. Wow, TypeScript is really good about that. As soon as I did the wrong thing, it was like, hell no, you cannot put a false value here. I probably need to do a lot of these, don't I? I forgot how we saw it earlier, so I don't know what else to do other than just draw a lot of things. Yeah. really need to fix this earlier. Yeah, this is SVG frustration in art.
Well, one of these will make it into a tile.
I remember a long time ago, I was playing with SVGs. I used Notability on my iPad, so I like made a website that every time I wrote a note, it like automatically like goes on a website.
I remember this. This was awesome.
Yeah. But I remember the same SVG stuff and being like, I hate SVGs. SVGs are such a pain. They're so nice, but also so annoying.
Then again, though, like if we can extract SVGs from Apple, then I think the world becomes more. So, like, I would much rather have SVGs in that case. Whatever the hell they're giving you on the web view.
Chaos. Yes. I think this should be
too much
out of gas.
I think check out the second one. Yep.
Real quick, which drawing library canvasy thing are we using now? Is it React Canvas Draw or no?
React Sketch Canvas.
Okay. Yeah, I'm curious about, well, the other one didn't have SVG output at all. Was that the case?
Yeah, the other one seemed like it was drawing straight to an HTML canvas and then just storing points.
Got it.
So, yeah.
Yeah, because they have that like draggy tool thing, which is probably smoother, but yeah, I don't. It would create less points and things, so it would be less gunky out the gate. But if it needs to be converted, I guess.
I mean, do we just leave this as is for now?
Yeah, sure. I think on the front end, maybe there's some way for us to do like an estimate gas function, and then we can use that to tie into some kind of like, hey, you've run out of ink UI.
Also,
can you do that?
I think so.
Well, we would have to kind of figure out like what the mapping is, though. Like data, basically path size to gas cost.
Well, I think you can query the like VM essentially, right?
Yeah, I mean, basically the error that, or the sequence of steps that led us to getting this error, we can just simulate without user interaction and have that run on a cycle or something, or, on every mouse up or whatever.
Like literally a gas counter at the top or something that updates like every now and then you're like, oh yes, you're running out, and that is your pen ink is how much gas you're using.
Totally. But one other thing is maybe if the first attempt at pushing it to chain blows up, then we'll do like a very, very rudimentary cut the points in half thing, because I guess only punish drawings that are like very full of paths as opposed to and leave like full fidelity for the ones that don't.
That makes sense.
Wait, say that again.
So normally we just leave it like this, but then if the gas fee hits a drawing, then only then cut down the number of path points by like half, say by sampling every other, and then try it again. And if that still fails, maybe do it again. Then you like reduce it by 25%. So only the really, really, really like images get hit with the lower fidelity stuff. So we're not trying to optimize on like images that fit perfectly fine.
Yeah, so CJ, can you explain the... Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah. I mean, that's just one potential solution here. Another one is the mouse event, and a third one is just like giving people a hard limit on how much ink they can use.
So the mouse event one is just, it's picking up...
Sampling input less.
Higher resolution.
As opposed to...
Yeah.
Well, right now it's sampling at, I think, no upper limit, so potentially hundreds of frames a second, and some of those points make it into the path. Just reduce that.
Got it.
Yeah, I'd be curious.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what that felt like. Yeah.
I also am curious, like after the optimization, how much the like sampling it, like if it'll get more optimized after that.
Yeah, so
they're trying to do the same
gas thing that you were talking about, CJ, can you explain that again?
Yeah, I think, I mean, I think it's just combining your idea of like ink, and I think Shrews was mentioning this as well, is combining that idea of ink, but now it's just the amount of ink you have is relative to how much it's costing on chain. So you don't have to use all the ink, but now like there is a cost associated with on chain that at some point it's too much ink for us to possibly send to the chain. Essentially, like the amount of time that you're spending inking up the canvas is correlated with like how expensive it is. So we can basically just keep querying the chain as we're inking, and say like, hey, like every like 300 milliseconds, or whenever the person puts their pen down, we can just give them feedback potentially, or if we know like based on inking time generally, and like write some function that displays it real time.
Yeah, because then you can show like a little inkwell emptying out, and then once it's empty, you can't paint anymore.
That might also work to communicate the idea of a block size to somebody really like elegantly. I don't know, because I guess most people don't think about images as they think of them in terms of size, it's not like detail. But this is weird roundabout way.
I personally like the like kind of inking thing, and it's at least tries to solve our problem here, and can present a UI that's potentially fun as well. Like it is interesting, or it adds another element.
I think it's in alignment with what the thing's doing.
Unrestricted later.
Yep, totally. I mean, I can doodle up a little thing. Yeah, because there's the possibility of just like hovering over it and then giving them a description of what, ink is related to this.
What's going on?
Yeah, like it's costing energy to do this. So maybe you think about what you draw for once in your life. Yeah, I don't know.
I guess one more solve here is we add a new pen type that is fill, and so we basically make SVG paths that use fill and just remove the need for like lots of these tiny little paths. A paint bucket, I guess. It's ironic that the paint bucket would use less ink.
I think it's also there's also something, I think, as you were saying that maybe like even going out to the chain to estimate gas could be too hard. Like, would it just make sense to constrain it? I think Scott mentioned earlier, just like time. Like you inked up for too long.
But I mean, you were zooming through doodles really fast there. Like, I think that wouldn't be a one-to-one estimate there, and somebody else might like feel that they can't get the, even though their drawing was going to be like gas, but they might have wanted to take like, a lot of time for little detail. I
think what I'm meaning is like from the React Sketch canvas, I think it's only talking about inking time is my guess. Like while you're using it. So it's like I spent a lot of time inking the canvas, whereas like me thinking about like how it is, like, let me just try. So if I do like this and I get sketching time,
so it's time
like
while you're drawing.
Yeah, so I can just keep drawing and eventually like, you know, like I don't know, maybe you only get
10 seconds or something.
Yeah. Like it's
basically looking at mouse down to mouse up time and then adding it.
Yeah.
You could probably also just count the points in each path and like have some limit, because that seems like the main issue is how many points there are.
Yeah, we have the JSON representation. That can be done pretty cheaply.
Great.
As long as we have a max number that doesn't seem to fit on the gas, because I don't think it's dependent on gas cost as much as it block size on Polygon, probably. In other words, I guess maybe it's just giving us an extremely high gas cost, but it's being triggered at like some break point that beyond which it just doesn't make sense to put it on. Figure out what that data quantity is.
Yeah, so just finding a natural limit here and then just operating within that limit for your ink, and then having the points be because those things are effectively equivalent complexity, I guess.
Ink drops.
Which would, if you want to, if that's a hard limit, people could build tooling that cleans this up so you can do more with less.
Yeah.
Because I mean, like Bezier tooling on this would be barely any points at all. You're
that's
pulling
right. Yeah, you could
and stuff.
Have completely beautiful arcs, but only I guess. Yeah, the irony here is that you can get even more specificity with less points, but just with like slightly different tooling.
More math.
Yeah. But drawing that way requires a high level of skill. So illustrating at that point. Which, they can be an interface for that. Okay.
I definitely want a giant tic-tac-toe game.
Can we take a minute and check out Nifty Ink together live and just kind of compare? Like they have very different constraints in that they're posting to IPFS, so they can kind of have things be as big as they want. But they're just maybe looking at their editor, looking at the playback stuff they do.
Hello.
Boob tree.
I mean, I guess they have like undo, clear, play, all of this.
Well, opacity on the strokes.
Yeah,
so they're giving you a burner wallet down there. So you see the 0x Bebo?
I see.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's a scrubber below the opacity?
Yeah.
So brush size.
And same thing for brush size.
No, it's brush size.
Yo, I like this brush size. Let me draw everything. And I guess they
the
have
huge brush size is useful because I think being able to do a full color background at least people can do a lot with.
Yeah.
Pretty neat. The opacity stuff too. Whoa, I made a triangle. Interesting. Anyway. Oh, I guess there's a whole background thing.
Ah.
That's cool.
Oh, that's good.
Neat.
Yeah, I think we should definitely do that.
Yeah. We'll have. I think
Yeah, that
would
be
modify the contract.
That would be easier than allowing like rectangles because that's a whole different type of shape. Whereas like a background color is just like a fill on the SVG.
Oh, it's like literally just a fill.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, and can one of the background colors? It has to be one of your palette colors.
Yeah, I think that.
Yeah, probably.
I think that would make sense. Keep the colors restrained.
Plus white, I guess.
Well, white is default, but there's
I guess
nothing
it's
there.
no fill.
Yeah.
Oh, you can
because when you take it to Figma, you'll see it's a transparent background. We just have white like on the actual web page.
Got it. Yeah. Makes sense. How do I mint this thing?
Put ink up there when you give it a title.
Yep. I mean, this is like I had some notes about like a onboarding flow, but this is definitely a part of it. Just seeing how well they do this. Of like, you get a burner wallet, you don't have to think about it, and then they'll do it all without you needing to sign anything. And then the one extra step that I haven't seen done elsewhere on this is default to burner wallet, default to pre-signing all transactions so the user doesn't have to think about it ever. And then if a user has like an ENS or another wallet address that they already want to use, let them link it and verify it by signing a message. And then behind the scenes, anytime we run something through our own forwarder, we just do it as that person's linked address that we now have verification for. So that way, if you're moving from client to client, getting burner wallets like all over, you can keep relinking back to your ENS and get all your assets, sent to your ENS still without having to sign anything besides the one verification message per client.
Oh. Yeah.
I think there's something there in terms of like making things super easy to use, but
yeah, it's basically kind of like authenticating a device rather than signing in with the wallet.
Yeah. Is it really easy to create these like burner wallets and then also the transaction forwarding?
Yeah, here. I started on a little library yesterday, but I'll share the snippet. So this is the Ethers wallet being imported, and then here's how you access stuff from it.
Not bad.
And if you want to sign a transaction or like a type data thing, which is how you do meta transactions, it's just this. And this flow in the Discord that I just pasted here means that the user never has to pull out like MetaMask or Rainbow to sign because we already have the wallet and the wallet already has a private key. So it's seamless. The way that Nifty just had it where you could just hit pink and it did it.
That is cool. Okay. So this doesn't make you choose between basically the only way to do this would be to have the user's private key on the device, which we would never ever do. But this way we do. But instead it's just a proxy for their actual wallet. And
or if they don't have a wallet, then it's what we use for them. Yeah.
Super easy onboarding flow.
Yep.
But we don't let them, I guess, use the wallet in the well,
if they want to download their seed phrase or private key, I think they should be able to, and then they can import it into Rainbow or MetaMask or whatever they want to use later on.
Yeah, I guess the only hesitation I have there is that like their wallet is now on a browser that might not be trusted. Maybe there could be some messaging there about like, hey, like it's recommended that you transfer your assets to a wallet that you trust and create it like using these instructions.
Yep.
But otherwise, yeah, I think giving the root access does make sense.
I think also one other question would be like, how does the invitation work if people are coming in with like these random wallets? Like, do they have to come to the website, have it be the wallet be generated, and then from there they can receive the invite?
So
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I was picturing a kind of a unique URL per invite token that can be kind of claimed that then lets you take either flow from there, where they load it up in their browser and either they connect their wallet or create a new one. But you're at a page that's going to like sort of handhold you through that. Maybe as an alternate to like directly dropping into people's wallets. So I mean, that'd be great, especially if they have an ENS name. But I'm also picturing like a very Web 2 onboard route, which is like you've received an invite to exquisite.land. Step 1, step 2, step 3, draw. Like just a very one page like what is going on sort of thing. And it's not really for the purpose of getting people in from Web 2 as much as like maybe just giving everybody like a consistent base, or maybe it's opening the ability for people that we get in from Web 3 to get people in from Web 2 if they want.
I'm going to throw out the idea again for steganography stuff. So we bake in invites into images, and then whoever's the first to upload that image to a certain URL that we have, or even accessible from the front end, it can transfer the token to the burner address that user now automatically has because they visited the page.
Oh, so something can you say that flow one more time?
Yeah.
So we create images. Images can have a little bit like a private key or a UUID hidden within them. We maintain a database or a file on our end behind the scenes secretly that contains all those. First person to upload an image after we've published it somewhere, it will read that private key. If it's valid, if it hasn't been claimed yet, it will transfer that invite token to that person's burner address that we have because they're submitting that image on our site.
This is fun.
So,
and I mean,
these
maybe
things
like
can be
SVGs
SVGs as
image,
well.
They sign it or something.
what was that?
I was just like, I guess I was trying to figure out how do we like do the transfer to the burner address, and like how do we know what address that would be? Is that just like sending like JSON data over, basically saying this is the address, or would they sign the image when they upload it, kind of a thing, and be like, hey, this is the address I signed with it?
If we go with the burner first and like burner first / proxy model that we just talked about, then when the user hits our site to go to whatever the upload form is, we'll have that burner address and we can just send it to the back end, like the public address. So then we just say, hey, all right, send the token over to them because they were the first to upload this image.
Yeah. So I'm trying to understand the burner part still. Like I have the flow from, so like call it all the way from the seed, like token minting. In there you can have, like as part of the minting, it can barf out like some stylized SVG image or raster image, it doesn't matter. That effectively is your like invitation coin. It's got some hash or something in it that you can check against, or some data. Then you go and you put it in a web slot that we give them, which is basically a coin slot. and then from there, like the one that I understand is, I mean, you can hook it up to whatever wallet you like. So in the case, like, yeah, you can connect your wallet and put in the coin, and then those things are linked, right? And then
Yep.
in the generating a wallet case, can you walk me through from there if I've got that part right?
Yeah, I think all that was right. So if we default
Okay.
to every time somebody loads up exquisite.land for the first time in a browser, we generate a burner for them,
Yeah.
which is it's a local transaction, takes like a couple milliseconds. It's like hyper fast because it's really just generating like a random seed phrase and then deterministically getting like the key and the address from it. So assume that every visitor has a burner wallet that's associated with them so they can feel fully authenticated into Web3 without needing to think about signatures or connecting wallets. From there, they have the option through a UI to say, hey, I already have a wallet, let me link my account. And then you can link that account, which is just a signature prompt in MetaMask or Rainbow. If it's linked, then any transactions that go through our forwarder, we say, hey, mint it to that linked account instead of the burner wallet. On the other hand, if there is no linked account, we just mint things to the burner wallet, which the user will then be able to see because their browser will contain that burner wallet, and then they can transact with any assets there.
This makes a good deal of sense.
Okay, so this is the like pattern that you were talking about before, like with was it Chowder City?
Yeah, it's
Or
a little bit
similar to
Chowder
it?
City. I think, yeah, when I looked at Nifty again last night, I was like, oh, okay, this is, I took it a little bit further than the Chowder City stuff.
Got it. So, okay, like, so conceivably, somebody gives you one of these coins. They have to like manually give you like share an image with you somehow, which everybody can do. And that can go through whatever media.
Yep.
Okay. And the thing can only be used once. It can be copied a billion times, but used once.
Which there may be a discovery aspect there too, of like people being like, oh, I saw that image, but I didn't know that I could right click, save it, and then submit it over there. So then once people discover that, now all of a sudden it's like, all right, scavenger hunt for these images.
Yeah. Then we can put those wherever.
This concept I'm taking big time from Mailbox, which was like that Dropbox owned email app from 10 years ago.
Yep. Okay, so I have my coin. I don't know what the hell Web3 is. I don't know anything about it. My friend gave me one of these things, and it says probably on the coin, go to exquisite.land, or it has, the URL.
Or just exquisite.land.
Yeah.
It feels so futuristic.
I mean, we're basically doing like, the graphic design at the Mint, the US Mint, drawing pyramids and shit on things. So I have my coin, and then, the UI, I still can't fully picture it, I guess. Like,
so let me see if I can find
that
Mailbox like slot thing again. I think it's on Dribble. Or do you get that part?
I mean, I understand that part. Like just how we get to that form, I guess. And it may be that we just need to mock it up and see the flow all the way through.
I mean, I think it could be its own URL, but I think it might make sense more to think about our like UI surface that's going to exist on top of our canvases. That'll have like Connect Wallet or sidebars or modals and prompts. Like I think somewhere in there we can have like a submit coin or submit seed or something.
Yeah, redeem something. Okay. Okay, yeah. And then they pop the thing in, they get their tile.
This is interesting because it's moving even beyond, like, I have a private public passphrase on my device that I'm using to authenticate with, and it's like literally like I was given this piece of information and I'm exchanging it, and it's now useless. Like it's not destroyed afterwards, but it is useless. Like I'm changing the state of it somehow by using it. This is wild. Just like playing with abstraction. This is fun.
I mean, yeah, I think if we can pull it off, it really opens up like it makes Web3 super accessible to the point where like we can anticipate that maybe even over half of our users hadn't used Web3 stuff prior. You know, if we can make it fun, that this whole flow that we're talking about. Which, I mean, that maybe not the goal, but that seems like an interesting win too. At the same time, it's like onboarding a bunch of people and getting them to
Yeah, it would be awesome. Like, I mean, the thing can expand a lot faster this way. I'm trying to think about the overhead of bringing a lot of people in and needing to explain things.
Sounds
so
like
my instincts.
Well, just that it might not be our responsibility to explain things. It's the person that gave you the goddamn token that's supposed to like do magical things. You know, it's like, why'd you give me that?
Sure.
It feels like they're not just going to be sprayed out because they are scarce to some extent. There may be like some giveaways and such, but even in that case, the sender is like taking some responsibility, I think.
Well, that might need to be baked into the explanation of the coin. Like whoever you give this to, you have to explain what it does. We've made it easy, but there's like an entire like worldview beyond the coin that I think it's a good on-ramp. My what I'm feeling into is the like the social coordination friction that like maybe some X amount of these things are available. Yeah, I don't know. Like my instinct is to get a bunch of Web3 crypto pilled people in the game, and then maybe the next round opens it up so that we have like bodies to catch, you know, that are warmed up into what the game is and what we're doing. But this may be just me overthinking the thing. I don't know. Anyways,
I think either route. I mean, any of these routes make sense. We we have 16 canvases to play with, so if we phase those things out over time, we can do like, all right, first couple weeks, let's drop them to Web3 folks. Next couple weeks, let's do like the bigger scavenger hunt for normies or whatever.
Exactly. I think that's fine. Yeah. And either way, the coin thing is cool as a mechanism to get like redeem your tile. So I think
full disclosure, I've been trying to
whether or not
something ever since I seen it in mailbox. So
I think it fits well here. Like, you know, you're getting an image. People who are doing this are like, you know, media people. They know how to, you know, it'll feel fun. There's an interface that we can build that's cool. Then we get to design coins, which is nice. The like first minting of these coins can be not great. I really like this doodle aesthetic where everything is like sort of like a sketch. And then if we have more bodies and more talent that's involved, it can like sort of upgrade itself. Yeah, the coin thing's cool. It's
going to be like the Reddit silver joke.
Is the
Yes, that's what I was imagining as well. I was about to try to draw it.
Basically, when Reddit Gold is like the official thing on Reddit that you can pay a couple dollars to give to somebody.
Yeah.
But when people are like, "Oh, I wish I could give you gold, but I can't," they just give you this image instead.
Oh yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, we used to do this in like a bunch of Slacks or whatever. When we went to Japan, like a group of us, we were like walking around in the like 1 yen coins are like effectively worth nothing, and so. You know, we'd be wandering around Tokyo or something, and somebody would make a joke, like that was great, and then you just give them a 1 yen coin for doing a good job.
That's great.
I mean, it can mean many things.
Yeah,
I'm stoked about this thing. I think it'll be cool.
Agree.
I also like that. So the SVG thing, the doodle thing, like being the interface, I think is a future like hopefully the things that people draw with the SVGs will become future interface elements or something
cool.
like that. Yeah.
That's nice. Just make it very natural. Drawn things to become interface and interface to become drawn things.
Yeah. So, all right, where are we at? We're stuck. Are we still trying to figure out how to make things not weigh 14 tons? Like, like I was trying to follow kind of what you guys were doing there, but it got a little squirrely for me.
I feel like earlier we were in a place where like the average thing could run into the issue, and I think we might have gotten our way out of that, where now we have to kind of intentionally do a whole lot to run into it.
Yeah, we've pushed the range up to what seems like we're okay for what we think might be like the average drawing, an average doodle.
Okay,
maybe not an average masterpiece, but an average doodle.
Right. And then we talked about this kind of like ink UI or gas estimation kind of flow, which I think is decoration in some sense of like, I think it's a polish layer. I feel confident that we'll be able to pull it off technically, but it's not necessarily holding us back from progressing.
Got it. Could you walk me through the optimization stuff that you did? Just like the final result of finding this, like moving the ceiling down. Because I was kind of, like I said, I was kind of following, but you added a bunch of steps in there.
We basically didn't do like that much. Actually, it's pretty much all done by that SVGO library.
Okay.
So I did two things. One is like the problem is like I think that library internally deals like with file system objects or something. So it was complaining when doing this on the front end. So anyhow, we made this API handler that happens on the back end that just runs this optimization and sends it back. And it just optimizes and it reduces the size by, I don't know, it seems like about 70%.
Got it.
Or like
so the path there
50
is like,
to 70%.
Basically, the canvas is drawing, and then it barfs the results into this thing, and this thing squeezes it down, doing whatever it does, and then that reduces it 60%, and then it can go off. Okay, got it.
Yep, pretty much.
I mean, this is this is what graphic designers used to get paid $60,000 a year to do. So
well, apparently you still can't draw a tree.
Well, it'll have to be more symbolic, better trees.
Yeah, so figuring out the limit there, like kind of like what our actual limit is. I mean, this is where we may need to have some like illustrators come and run into the limit and see what kinds of things they're doing with it. Yeah. Did you say you can't draw a tree because of the limit or because of something else?
Oh yeah, because of the limit. But I think like as Shrew said, it is like almost polished, and we discussed like maybe 5 different approaches for handling it. So it seems like there's definitely like plenty of technical room for this to be solved or like played with in different ways.
Okay. Got it.
I guess one thing more on this side, Shrews, I don't know if you have something in mind right now, but I was also thinking like setting up subgraph or something like that to start getting data to display. Like we've already minted some things. Can we like get that to display in the UI?
I think
initial load.
That's what I was going to suggest as the next step too, because then we can totally complete our loop where next time you load the page or any of us load the page, we'll see the previous drawings. I think that's the last like core bit. So subgraph seems great.
Sweet.
Nice.
Sweet. Yeah, do you think we'll subgraph? I'm just trying to think like, is subgraph really what we need here? I guess all the data is on the chain. So it's just, we don't need to be querying IPFS. It's just this subgraph is going to be pretty simple, hopefully.
Yes.
Yeah, it's going to contain all data. It's amazing.
And one reason why this, even though like our data model is pretty simple, The reason why subgraph especially is useful here is that we can do kind of queries of like, give me every SVG within this canvas, as opposed to like looking them up one by one.
Yes.
One other thing that I just want to mention, because I think we'll have to optimize it at some point soon, is virtualization on our canvas. So right now we're loading up 10,000 tiles, like by default, every time you load up the page. So there's libraries like React Window and React Virtualize that basically they will handle recycling of components in a way that it's only rendering what's on screen and like, you know, a little bit around it in each direction, but not like the entire map. So it's like it's like classic video game optimization of you don't need to be computing like what's going on behind you if your camera is kind of pointing forward. So I think that'll probably be needed at some point. And then the subgraph can help with that too, because then we can query like ranges of X and Y coordinates and just get back data that's relevant to what we need to see. But these are optimizations. Well, it's just like the 5 or 6 of us hanging out. I don't think we're gonna run into problems.
Cool.
Yep. Yeah, that makes sense to me. How do we create a new one of these? Totally forgot.
I think Legacy Explorer, and then you click on your avatar.
You click on your avatar.
And then dashboard, and then add subgraph.
What do we call it? Is this the exquisite land? Yeah. I might need help spelling. Is this is this spelled?
It looks
properly? Right. Is this in relational?
Yeah. I've been practicing.
Subtitle. I don't know. It's the subgraph for it.
I think 90% of the subgraph subtitles are exactly that, like that format.
I could also just say land exquisite.
Land of exquisiteness.
Why did I hire that?
What was that, Kristen?
Probably because they have
hire a sub.
Probably because they have UI that like looks really bad without subtitles.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Just like
I mean, they've done a lot with the design system here.
Yeah.
I
also
probably
makes
already
them look
have
a little
this.
more like unique and I think less like auto-generated. Some very
yeah.
Okay.
I think you might want to.
They've got lists where you can like. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, real quick. I think you might want to delete the subgraph directory, CJ, and then go up a level and then allow this command to basically create that directory again.
This command creates that directory?
Believe so.
Okay.
Dave, what were you going to say?
Oh, nothing. I'm picking apart what their like
I'm just
flow does
subgraph
because it,
I guess.
They have all these like listings everywhere, and they're trying to drive people into like helping do things with the listings. So making them look more filled out probably is worth grabbing a subtile in the first. Yeah.
Right, because they're like what we're using is kind of like the steps they took in like the progressive decentralization kind of flow is like it's their self-hosted service that we're using. But what they're pushing people towards now is like a ridiculous like four-sided marketplace of like there's app developers that are creating interesting data, then there's subgraph developers that are figuring out ways of indexing that data, then there's people running the nodes, and then that's not enough. You also need people curating the nodes who are a part of this economy. So like it's I'm so daunted by it that I'm not even interested in learning like
quite an ecosystem.
Yeah.
Well, you have another one too, where you have people speculating on the coins like me. So the Pentagon.
Hey CJ, you'll be able to get the ABI file from the contracts, and then I think there's a dist folder or something in there. But basically, the type chain will automatically make those for you.
Cool. I probably have to run it at some point, huh?
Oh yeah. I think you'll need to do a yarn build locally to get those.
Let me do that real fast before I do this, so I know what's going on. Okay. Well, something wasn't happy. Oh no.
Node.js version. I think just NVM. Use like 16 if got NVM on.
If I was still using 12, I'm so sad. I can't believe anything was working. Oh, I need to uninstall first. Oh man, it must have been using 12 all the way back from when I fixed that other thing. I never switched it. That's kind of terrifying.
Because nothing still work.
Yeah. Maybe that's why some of the versioning is pretty weird, because it took it from Node 12 and trying to make everything compatible, and it's all security outdated and stuff.
Oh yeah.
I'm kind of guessing that case.
Okay, so I think artifacts, and then
tile.json.
Yeah. So if you copy I think if you right click, copy the full path, or however you want to get the full path to that, and then I don't know if it'll handle the relative path here well.
Oh really?
Yeah.
It needs like a full like PWD kind of.
I would imagine.
Really? But when someone else goes to do it, it's going to be all jacked up.
Oh, it's only going to import it once. So you're just running the generator function. It's not going to store the file path anymore.
Oh.
I think what it's going to do is copy that file into its own directory.
I see. Packages, contracts, this, artifacts. Yeah, copying it probably would have. Okay. I guess we'll copy
it's artifacts tile.sol.
Oh, gosh. Yeah. It's tile.sol. Oh, tile.sol.tile.json.
Yeah, it's a directory.
And this would have been the smart thing to do.
There we go.
Tile.
I think so. We'll probably want to rename that before we go fully live with it.
Probably, yeah. Okay. What the fuck?
Oh, I think you're in the packages directory.
Thank you.
No problem.
Oh, nice. But the palette's gone.
I love that this guy's face pops up in a modal every time I load this site.
Oh, I know. He made this thing and he's just like, hey, what's up? I made this entire elaborate site. Say hi. I mean, he did put an enormous amount of work into this thing for just being a color picker.
I like these.
Yeah, these are great.
I like number 10.
I like number 10 as well. It's very bright.
Yeah. We got to figure out if we want another
project to me.
noun project. Oh, there's that new one.
I don't know why.
Noun project.
A little bit
like
of a
noun stuff.
Yeah, the noun project is like another thing. There's an icon.
Oh.
It's all black and white.
I just like that you refer to it as the new one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt.
The brain's newest one. Yeah, we can probably do another like sort of neon one in there.
Yeah,
I'm also
more
just
neon.
pulling these from the like most popular colors.
Makes sense.
Nice. Yeah, I was thinking a lot about, we've got 16 canvases and figuring out ways of just adding contrast, whether that's through the color sets or through tools that they get, or through, you know, specific games or events, or I don't know. It just seems like that'll be where really interesting culture starts to develop. Is if people feel like their specific canvas has some characteristic that, you know, separates them from the rest that they can rally around.
Totally.
I totally forgot.
One of the canvases just can use infinite Pokemon GIFs. I don't know what those
that's
are.
the canvas that's going to get.
People love Pokemons and people love GIFs.
The specialty on that one is that it'll get the most DMCA takedown notices.
Exactly.
Oh,
Hope you're all
where
lawyers.
Do you send the DMCA takedown to Polygon? Like, oof.
Yeah, what does happen
I'm not
if
that
somebody
brave as an artist?
draws like a Mickey Mouse and it's like looks great, but it was on-chain SVG art through our Doodle interface?
It's just scary questions.
I think. I mean, there's so much of this stuff. Like, you just say it's. Yeah, I don't know. If it gets big enough, it just becomes canon. That's what happens.
It'll be in the next Wreck-It Ralph or whatever. Exquisite.land.
Exactly. It enters the metaverse at the official IP level. That's what our goal is here.
God damn it! Now
Mucky Mouse.
I never realized it, but now that's the goal: is just make some IP that gets into one of these like Space Jam or Ready Player One things.
It's just like it's the shittiest doodle. It's just like, hello. Everything else is like super high end. I mean, this is what the CryptoPunks will probably, one of those is probably going to get there
you're
first.
Right. Yep.
It's fine. If we can get on like a D-rate Nickelodeon show, that's cool too.
Nickelodeon's still around?
Yep.
I have no idea. There you go. There's still hope for us.
Quick question. How's everybody feeling about food? Are y'all thinking of just like trucking along? I don't mind just popping out in that case. Or if there's like a more synchronized time that everybody's thinking about.
Could be down a break soon, but either way.
Yeah, I think probably good to move around a little.
I think if I break soon, I'm probably not coming back.
Keep him going.
We're going. We're going sailing for a little bit.
Fun.
Nice. I mean, I'm down to keep hanging too. We can split or other way.
Yeah. That sounds great. Yeah, I think I'm gonna need some help with the subgraph probably as it is. Like, I'm just trying to think, like, what do we really need to be storing in it? Kind of a thing. I guess like a lot of it is probably going to mirror the front end in some sense.
I think world, if we're only planning on having one per contract instance, we can just get rid of it potentially. Yeah.
Oh, because there'll just be a bunch of canvas entities essentially.
Yeah.
And I guess there's like a name, which is a string or something like this. I don't know what else. Also, I guess that's not needed. Is it needed? I don't know.
Yeah, because we will want to do our SVG as a string. Like that's one of the benefits of the graph here is that we can use
Call
that
the function.
reformed. Yeah. I think doing another entity for like a wallet or an account or user, whatever you want to call it, so that we can track owners and creators.
Layer.
Sure.
And would this be like their address or something?
Yep. And I think it bites in the GraphQL capital B. I think all the types are capital in here.
Oh, that makes sense. I guess that's probably required. Do we need anything else from them? It's like who's owning the tile. I mean,
yep.
I guess we haven't explored the potential of like the collaborative tiles yet either, I don't think.
I think we can probably jump on that like this coming week.
Yeah. Okay.
I think so far we're still just trying to get one flow.
Basic,
ideally.
simple loop through. Okay. Owner, player, address. Player, I guess they can have a collection of tiles as well.
Yeah, there's some special syntax for this that's like it'll let you do a reverse lookup. Yeah, because your tiles already have owners, so instead of you having to like write both of those things, there should be a way for you to derive it. I think it's actually derived from or something.
I'm guessing you have something like this.
Yeah, in the subgraph, I think.
Subgraph.
And yeah, so yep.
Derived from field film.
So that's basically going to look at the photo object because that's what's being referenced.
Oh, there. And then the film.
And then it's saying check the film parameter. Yeah.
Okay. So it'd be like, this is derived from owner.
Yes.
I need to know the syntax. Oh, I guess my arrays are messed up too. Fine, fix it in a sec. Field, and I think I called it.
Yep.
For now, I guess it's fine. Tile, an array of tiles. Not really required, I suppose.
No, they will be. So I think derived from, both those things are required, but what ends up happening is that it'll just create an empty array for you automatically.
Okay.
So yeah, it's just kind of odd syntax, but it ends up working out that way.
I guess here we need the canvas as well. And then have this be derived from. I don't know if it makes this sense this way or not, but
I think so. Because the fewer like real arrays that we have to store, I think the more optimal it is. And so when we do derived from, we're basically creating like a virtual like concept of an array that GraphQL can reassemble for us.
okay.
Maybe like an enum for whether or not it's I think we have is locked, but essentially like has this tile been filled or is it still kind of in a invited only form?
You think directly in here?
Yeah.
Or are you saying an enum even outside of this to define like the possible values?
I think enum inside our GraphQL, but outside of our type to define the possible values, unless all we need is a Boolean, which might be the case. I haven't thought it through fully, but like what are our various statuses? I don't know if your audio cut out or.
Yeah, my audio's. Is this better?
Yeah.
Yeah, my audio just died. Yeah, I think an enum makes sense. Potentially, like we do have these states that are in the front end.
Right.
Like I guess the tile status. And I don't know if this is matching with locked exactly, but
not yet, but I think we can potentially infer back to these statuses using the data that we have from the chain.
Right. I don't think I need to mark it as an entity.
No, yeah, you don't.
Oh,
is there
like
a
this.
Yeah. What's the difference between invite and drawable?
Invite is like essentially a state in the UI where I think after you say you had just drawn something, now the tiles surrounding it are going to pop up and you can now invite someone to draw on that tile.
Right. Okay.
I think that's what that is. So it's not that it's been really claimed by anything yet. And drawable is like, I guess that token has been claimed.
Yep. Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So to start, we may not have like blank or invite tiles in GraphQL. Like we can probably customize our subgraph code to do that. But by default, if we're listening to events emitted from our contract, we'll only be able to catch them when they're drawable because that's the state that they're minted into.
Right. Right.
Which I think is fine for now. Like we don't need them to be a full one-to-one mapping yet. We can iterate our way to that.
Yeah, I guess I mean we can potentially like emit events for certain like minting things. Like if it first gets minted, now like all of a sudden it's like minted into the owner of who just drew, and now I guess that's invite. I don't know. There would be like all these like funky weird states, but and yeah, for now I guess locked unlock is good, and then we can fill in the rest. And if it's not needed, it's not needed.
Yeah, sounds good.
I guess we'll kind of feel it as we go. And then I guess this can be status. Status. And do we need events from the contract to be explicitly emitted for this to be picked up, or can it be just on functions being called themselves is enough for the graph to pick things up?
It is enough for the graph to pick things up. I think it is not recommended or has been deprecated though, because events are just cleaner. So I think the best thing to do would be to just add a couple events and redeploy the contract.
Okay. So probably go ahead.
No, sorry, never mind. Go ahead.
I was just trying to figure out what are the events that we're going to need.
Yeah.
And I wanted to see how events got created. Okay, so it's just a function header, basically. Okay. So I guess when do we need to distinguish between like a seed token versus any other token?
Probably it would be good, right? I mean, I imagine that'd be the kind of thing that could be useful to have on the UI layer later on. Give it a special thing of like, it started here and on these tiles.
Do we just do token ID?
Yeah, I think we have to set the type as well, but yeah.
Other than that, that encodes all the information, I think. Other message sender as well?
Yeah, I think that would be good. Or to start, that's always going to be the owner account.
It is going to always be the owner account.
Yeah.
Just token ID?
Sure. I think the first letter is capitalized too in the events.
Oh, is that right? Yeah. Or does it make more sense just to pass the canvas ID X and Y? Just to, I don't know.
I think if we're using token IDs as the tile ID in our subgraph like entity, then it probably makes sense to start there. And then I imagine your like get coordinates function would be pretty straightforward to write in the TypeScript that we can access.
Okay.
In subgraph.
Create tile is actually like drawing on it.
Yeah, there's invite neighbor, I think, which is what creates the tile token.
Yeah, the language on this is a little tough.
Yeah.
Seed is clear. So we have seed. Yeah, state machine is going to be something.
So, I mean, so flow of events, everything starts with the seeds being created.
Yep.
After that we can call the invite neighbor function, right? And then that's the only kind of method to expansion beyond the seeds. So maybe neighbor invited.
Yeah.
And I think we can come back and like rewrite these names, but if we're consistent with the existing function names for now, it gives us less things to come back and rewrite because we can just change it everywhere once we have better words.
Sure.
And then neighbor invited, that would be the new token ID that gets generated from it. And then I guess the recipient would be good. And then actually might as well toss the address into the seed as well, because if we do transfer the contract to like a multi-sig, it might still be good to be able to have the graph know that who the owner is.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess even for tile created is who created this tile.
Yeah. Yeah. Who drew it basically at that point.
Fine. I don't know if that's okay. Create tile, generate token ID. That's fine. Allow editing. And this is toggling it for all canvases, is it?
Yep.
Okay.
At least for now, we can extend it.
And I guess we can add that as an event as well. Editing.
I think let's come back to that one because I think we'll probably have to do this flow a few times, and there's also a couple other states that we'll need to add into the contract of like when is it fully locked? Because I think we said like up to 500 tiles per canvas, but we haven't implemented a lock yet. So I think there's still going to be like a few back and forths between subgraph and contract over the next few days. So let's just try and get like the initial core flow. Yeah.
So speed, emit, seed created. Oh, holy shit. How did it do that? But okay. For now, this will be message.sender. And it's not going to be D, unfortunately. It'll be token ID. Next one is neighbor invited, file created. This looks fine, I think. And this will be target tile ID. And then there's create tile. Which will be tile created. Token ID. Token ID. And then also message.sender.
Yep.
Should be enough.
Looks good. Yeah.
Contracts. I can just re-yarn build this.
Yep. And then to redeploy it, you'll have to clear out your addresses JSON.
Just this part. Oops. Or the whole thing.
Just empty braces. Yeah. And then I think we just need to write emit before.
Mm-hmm. And then there was also okay, we have that one.
Cool.
And then deploy Mumbai.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was also verifying on either scan. Is it like hard hat verify or something?
Yeah, npx space hard hat space verify. Let me pull it up on my end too. Right syntax. No, there's a couple more words, but just trying to remember the order.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so npx hard hat verify, and then -- network space Mumbai, and then the address of the contract, which you can get from that JSON. Yeah.
Okay. And then I guess this whole which
we
folder?
want to copy
Artifacts?
the type chain.
Type chain
folder. Yeah.
Everything within it.
Yep. And then put that into the SDK directory in our web. Cool.
Maybe problems, but
and then
fine.
in our dist artifacts, I think we want to get an updated copy of our ABI so that the subgraph. Yeah.
Does it pull into the subgraph folder itself, or?
Yeah, I think subgraph / ABI.
Oh, I see.
So let's look at what the format is in there. Okay, so it's just the ABI array. So you can just copy, the content of the ABI field.
Okay, it's just this. I can just delete that. Oh shit, I fucked it.
No, I think you're okay.
That should be it.
Cool.
Oh, please, 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 please. Okay, so now we have a few event handlers.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I should probably copy the. You are invited. Okay. Nothing. What is this entities? Is this just all the entities that we need to like talk about?
Sorry, I'd walked over to the kitchen to watch a dish. Yeah, the entities list just needs to be the entities that we've popped into the schema.
Okay. This address is going to have to get updated. Okay. So at least this. Whoa, hello. Huh. There's gonna be a fun echo.
Where's that coming from?
I think if you mute Dave, Sorry, Dave.
This is the most musical moment we've had.
Yeah, my headphones died and then it just went into a feedback loop.
I thought CJ was just saying "whoa, hello" over. That's why I started laughing.
Mapping.ts. We don't need this, do we?
Yeah, so that's where we write our logic.
That's where we write our logic.
Our like actual event handlers and stuff.
Oh,
It's just I think we can rename it.
And it has a bunch of like random crap.
Yeah, so we basically can clear all that out, but maybe keep like one of the event handlers just to have some structure that we can modify.
All these are event handlers, huh?
Yeah.
This is more like them doing stuff. Do things. But we're probably gonna need tile. I probably need to code gen this again.
I think so. Yeah.
I'm not in the right place. File does not exist. Okay.
Oh, because you renamed the file.
Yeah.
So last line
is mapping. And this is now tile.ts. Oh no. It's not present in the API.
Can we take a look at the ABI?
Yeah.
I think so the ABI is fine. The event definition in your YAML file just doesn't need the names, just the types.
It just needs what?
Just the types. So like UN32, address.
Oh, I see.
I'm basing that off of like in the error message in your log, the list that they show of available events just shows the types.
Got it.
UN32 address. Maybe take out the spaces too. If this does it. No. Oh, the semicolons.
Oh man, maybe I shouldn't have copied and pasted. I didn't realize it was going to be such a. Oh wow.
There we go.
Okay. For sure. And then all of these are going to go away. There's should be canvas. From generated tile.
Yeah, I think there's another thing that we can pull from that's in the generated directory for these things. Schema? Yeah, I think slash generated slash schema.
Oh, okay. I guess we can pull them in as we need.
Yeah.
As we need. And we can start modifying. As we have some graph. It's going to return void, I guess, which is fine. I'm just going to get these all. What is this called? New invited. Great. So now, when the seed is created, so we only have access to what's happening. Like within this event, right? It'll kind of only give us that data.
Yes, but then we can also query or hit any of the APIs within the contract from within this function.
Okay.
So if there is other data that we need to get that we can't recreate from just the event data, then we can hit the contract for it.
Okay. So I guess there's like this event dot something that'll give us something.
Yeah. Event
dot params dot token ID. Token ID. I don't know how to spell. Hi. Okay. And then how would we call function within the contract?
I think we'll need to look up an example.
Oh, we're actually not returning void. Are we returning void? What do we do?
Yeah, void is fine.
Oh, we just have to create a new thing of that entity type.
Yeah. So this is okay. So what you can do is tile.bind event.address. So capital T tile. Bind and then tile.bind parentheses event.address. And you can do like let contract equals ahead of this. I think assembly script also wants you to use lets everywhere instead of const. Including. Okay, so now you've got a contract, and then you can do like contract dot any function that's in the contract.
No way.
Yep.
And I guess this would be coordinates from our token ID. And I'm assuming that we can just say this is going to be canvas ID X and Y. Do we do this?
I think square brackets probably. Because that's what can usually catch and destructure an array.
Okay. Get coordinator results must have a symbol iterator method that returns an iterator. So this is returning an iterator.
Yeah. Which I keep forgetting how to actually make those. Assembly script iterator.
Results. results. To map. There's value 0, value 1, and value 2.
Oh, perfect.
Wait,
just use that.
Can I just be like, there?
So I think what you could do is do curly braces and then value 1 colon and then what you want to call value 1 comma value 2 colon what you want to call value 2. So destructuring an object but renaming it as you're doing it.
Would be named canvas ID value would be x.
Nice.
Okay. I guess we probably need to create a tile.
Yep.
New tile. Can I do this?
Yeah, I think you need to pass it an ID. Also, there might be two things called tile. Because it's both the name of our entity and the name of the contract. So I think what you could do here is on line 5, do tile as tile contract. And then change line 13. And then now do new tile. Yep.
And this
wait,
should take
no.
an ID.
Undo the import because it imported it from the wrong one. So let's get the other one. There we go. And now this will take an ID.
And this ID will be our token ID.
Should be, yeah. I don't think
like that.
I think you can just pass the argument in.
Because it's not an object.
Yeah. And maybe to string.
It's so funny.
There we go.
Okay. For sure. And then from here we can do tile dot like canvas. Can I just give it an ID? How does this work? Do I have to create a new canvas?
We'll have to check if one already exists. If not, we'll have to create it. But basically, we have to query and we have to do like a manual, like find or create kind of flow.
Okay, so how can I query existing canvases?
So like canvas equals capital C canvas dot load. And then what the ID would be.
That canvas ID dot to string probably, right?
Yep.
And then if canvas do something else, create canvas.
Yeah, I think we only need
Actually,
if not canvas.
Canvas.
And no else.
Create it. It's not just. And then it would be something like. Can I do canvas again? Canvas equals new canvas.
Yep.
Cool. And then now from here I can compile canvas.
Canvas.id.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I mean, we could theoretically have just passed in the canvas ID to string even there, but the subgraph needs you to manually make that canvas entity, otherwise it'll fail.
Right.
And one other thing, so on line 24, because we're creating this canvas for the first time, we should save it. And if there are any required values, we need to set them here too. So
the only one is tiles. String or name I left is optional.
Right. Okay. So in that case, I think we're actually okay. But just in the process of creating other things, like we'll probably need to make a player at some point soon, entity. So we'll have to fill that address at that point.
Yeah, I think we're pretty much gonna have to do that. We're pretty much gonna have to now, for the most part. Anyhow, for the most part. Anyhow, let's just get that out of the way. Let's just get that out of the way.
Cool.
I don't know the ID.
Recipient
address.
Recipient address. Yeah.
Is it fine to just do that as ID? Does that work?
It might need its own two-string, but yeah. There you go.
But yeah.
As long as we save it as that, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Got it. I'm tempted to just do this above, so I don't have. Can I do that for token ID as well? ID as well?
Mm-hmm.
Two string. Oh, no, I won't do that for token ID. And then player dot address equals recipient. No. Oh, it's bytes.
Yeah. So you need 2 bytes or 2
There's
hash
like
frames.
there's like bytes array of this thing. I don't remember. Byte array from hex string. Has bytes.
Cool.
What is this? I don't know why. It's not happy with this.
Because you need to import bytes.
Oh yeah, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. And
Because
then
I think we ran into weird errors if we didn't have that last time. And then tile that. Oh. Does the tile not have its owner? Try to rename it. Do I rename it?
I think owner makes sense here because it can change over time as well. And then like creator could be like another field that we add in that doesn't change over time. It's just whoever the initial creator was. So having like specific names for an owner type gives us a little bit more flexibility, or for a player relation type gives us more flexibility.
Yep. That makes sense.
We want to make sure we save the player entity that we created as well.
Yes. Thank you. SVG does not need to be there. Tile status is tile status. No.
I think it should be okay. You might need to manually import it. But that should exist somewhere. Checking on my end too.
Just as it's a string.
Yeah, I think maybe just use the string itself. That's how I'm doing it in the camera contract or the subgraph.
Like just the full-on locked string.
Yeah.
I guess in this case it'd be unlocked probably. Yep. I guess we really need to be checking. To check. On track. That's all.
No, I mean we can. I think we can safely assume that it'll be unlocked if it's
created.
at this stage. Yeah.
Okay. And tile.save. I think that does all of that, right? That does all of that, right? I think so. I think neighbor invited is going to be relatively similar. The tile, because the neighbor invited is meaning that a new tile is being created as well. It's just now the person who it's assigned to is slightly different. It's literally exactly the same.
I think it is, yeah. You might, I mean, maybe it makes sense to do a function like abstraction.
Yeah. Function, tile, created, event, created. I guess. For now.
Yeah, I think maybe tile token created or something that separates it, because we do have that tile created event. But
Yeah, that's what's confusing. Like it. Yeah.
You gotta pass the event.
And then tile created is really just updating the tile with the SVG.
Well, one quick thing for naming, so that we don't confuse ourselves later. I think if our convention for event handlers is blank blank like created, or like blank blank and then past tense verb, maybe our function for creating it should be like create tile token, so that it feels more active.
Yeah. Was it find?
Load.
What was find?
Yep.
And then by that's gonna be our token ID. Let the event. And then file oh wait, probably need to I guess here really the SVG is gonna like we're gonna get it from the token URI. So similarly, we had what was it? Tile contract dot bind, and then the address will be event address token URI, and then token ID. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a little bit more, because the token URI is going to give us back a JSON. So we're going to have to parse that JSON to get the SVG from, which is the image field within that JSON.
Okay. Do we need to call something like .json, or is there, or I forget how we have to do this?
There's some fancier syntax, but I think you've got it over here, where it's like JSON.FromBytes on line 16.
Okay. So we'll say that this is for now we will call it big. So don't forget. What is this? This is getting called this URI. JSON from bytes, as bytes, and then checking values. Okay. JSON. I probably need to import JSON.
And you probably don't want to call your variable JSON then.
That's a good point. URI data.
Cool.
From bytes. URI. Bytes.
Is there like a JSON.from string maybe? Like another method where we don't have to do a typecast? No. No. There's probably some like bytes array from string then that we could do.
Yeah. Byte array.
I think dot from.
Is it dot from?
Well, I think so. Like on line 32, it's byte array dot from hex string.
From.
So
Oh,
I'm
okay.
wondering if there's like an equivalent for a plain.
Gotcha. From UTF-8?
Yeah, that seems right.
Okay. Great. I need to make this smaller or something. Please go away. Let object. Alright. And now this object should be a key that, or one of the keys should be image.
I believe so. Yeah.
And then we'll say, can I console log here? I think it doesn't work, right?
Yeah, no, it doesn't like the logs. You can do like a log.info, but it'll only show up once you deploy it to the subgraph, and even then only like half the time.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm gonna mute for 10 seconds so I can grab something from the door, but I'll be right back.
Yep. Tile dot G. Full. And I'll save it.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Am I not allowed to do that syntax?
I don't see why it wouldn't be. That's weird.
I can probably just do this. Both of these events ultimately have what is it? Create tile token event. And this has a token. The whole thing is it's fine. We can still pass it. I don't know what token ID is. This. And then this. Think this will work?
I think so. Hopefully. There might be other, programs, and then address. There's just some of these things that we'll have to refill.
Oh, yeah, I guess this is fine. Did I spell this one? I don't know which one I spelled right. I spelled wrong. Event.address. I guess I need the address in here as well. And then here, I guess I have to just destructure it myself. Kind of a thing.
Sorry. So I think we can just pass an event here, and then up above we can just wrap our thing with params in our own typing. So recipient and token ID in our type, we can just do params, curly braces around that. In our type definition. So yeah, just around line 17 and 18, just params colon curly braces. Because that's the shape of that it's being returned in the event, and then I think recipient goes there too.
Got it.
Yep, and then we can revert
put this back.
Yep.
Okay, that makes sense. It's literally just fitting it to the same shape.
Yeah.
Okay, it doesn't like a lot of things.
Regression detected. Oh, does type not take an equals?
Does
I thought it does.
I thought it does. I think interface doesn't. Does it want this to be an interface?
Oh, maybe.
Nope. What does it want? Does it want to type? What's going on? Can
I
I
wonder
not
if you just inline that. No, you should be able to. I wonder if you inline the interface into your function. That'll help at all.
Into which function?
So, like right now, you're calling. You've given your type a name. So instead of doing that, if you just pasted the contents in place of the name.
Oh, I see. Like here and put it in curly braces.
Yeah. Just, I mean, it could trip up exactly the same way, but it's curious.
Insane. I did.
Yeah, same thing.
But it looks like probably on those lines, it's about the same problem.
Yeah. I mean, for now, maybe just let them be redundant. Or actually, you know what? Just accept a token ID and recipient as the values in your own event, or in your own function.
Yeah, like this, right?
In an address. Oh yeah. Sorry, I didn't realize where you're going with that. So you're on the right track.
Yeah. I think I understood what you were trying to do, and actually, I think that would have been cleaner, just so I didn't have to kind of rewrite any of this stuff. Like down here, because I'm basically gonna have to just pass each of these in directly, which is gonna be kind of a pain.
But I think it'll work.
Great. Hopefully builds now. Certainly not.
It seems to not want you doing TypeScript definitions of your own, which is odd. What if you just accepted them as function parameters instead of defining a type? So instead of making an object, just do
instead of making an object, just throw this again in line. You're saying?
Yep.
Oh, whoa. That was not what I expected. That was not what I expected. That's all right. We'll figure out a way to make it work. We'll figure out a way to make it work. And then, what is it not happy about? What is it not happy about?
Oh, you're just renaming your. You can lose lines 23 and 24.
Lines 23 and 24.
Because you're redefining the same name.
You're
redefining the same name. And then address.
And then there's no event. And then there's no event. And then these other ones. And then these other ones. Recipient. It's probably gonna have to be 2 string. Probably gonna have to be 2 string. Fine. We'll just deal with it. Fine. We'll just deal with it. What is it not happy about here? What is it not happy about here?
I think you can just lose all the key names and then the curly braces.
Oh, it's not an object anymore. It's not an object anymore. Token ID, recipient address. Token ID, recipient address. Okay. I think there's still a couple other errors, but
It seems a lot less.
it doesn't like. It doesn't like. Doesn't like this. Doesn't like this. I guess it. Yeah. Is it? You're thinking just that syntax? It doesn't like. Kind of what it seems like.
Seems like it. Yeah.
Maybe some of the same. Maybe some of the stuff. Same stuff. I guess we can just get. Let's put this down here for now. Results. And then. Nope. From big int to int 32. Big int. What the fuck? Oh, 47.
You could also just update your schema, GraphQL schema to be big ints for these. Because on the GraphQL side, it doesn't take any extra space or anything, so might as well just be consistent for the sake of having less things to cast.
And so those only two.
So. And then you'll need to code gen again.
Yep.
This is one last bit.
From bytes, it's byte array as bytes probably.
Yeah.
Cool.
Nice.
You think just go ahead, deploy it, see what happens?
Yeah. Sounds good. I think there's no data probably on that contract, but we can set that up.
Okay. Hopefully it works. Why not? I guess we have the new contract here somewhere. It's not in schema. It's in whatever this is called. There's too many files.
Subgraph YAML.
Yeah. Great. Oops. Yep. Gotta do that. Oh, I guess we probably need to expose the pallets as well.
Where would we need to do that? Or where would we consume that from?
Front end. I mean, otherwise we just hard code it on both sides.
Yeah, I mean it's also coming back in our SVG already like hydrated.
More like in the drawing functionality when you pop this open.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
That just gets populated with whatever colors from this canvas.
That makes sense. I think hard coding it is probably the most sensible thing, because otherwise we'd have to make like an entity for it, and then I don't know which event we would listen
could
to
we,
that
or
within.
could we just do something like here, and when you create the canvas and say like palette spelled correctly,
Oh yeah,
is an array of string, and then in here, wherever we create this, we say. We're gonna have to do some crazy JSON stuff again, aren't we?
I don't think so.
No?
I mean, if we add a function to the contract, that'll get the palette out. Actually, no, we already have one.
We do
So
have
it's
one,
just,
yeah.
Tile. Did we already initialize a contract?
Tile contract. We do.
Yeah.
We
So
have
contract dot get palette.
Get palette. And this won't return JSON? I guess
I think it'll just return an array of strings.
Oh, is that right?
I think it'll just return an array of strings, but we have to store it somewhere.
This one we called token URI. Oh, token URI is returning JSON. That's what's happening. Oh, gotcha. And then from here we just do canvas dot palette. I need a codegen. No.
Maybe
Does it not
restart the
exist?
STS server. There you go.
And it doesn't complain. No way.
Nice.
Okay, great. Well, I guess we would see if it has an error.
Yeah. Oh, we probably want
we need to specify the block. Does it say?
Yep. In the. Yeah.
This one. And then we gotta go find where in the subgraph is start block source. Source. And then we gotta just redeploy it probably. Oh gosh, if this works.
We got 8 entities.
We have 8 entities. How do we? Oh man. We have canvases. We have 3 canvases. We have 3 tiles and an owner.
Amazing.
Oh man, these IDs are heinous.
Oh god, yeah. What? We probably did that wrong.
It's obfuscated.
I think it's probably because it was the UTF-8 thing.
Yeah.
And it probably, yeah. Oh, that was for this.
Yeah, this would be when we're initializing the player. So recipient dot to string. Oh yeah. No, owner dot ID. Is just recipient dot to string. Are we doing dot to string twice potentially? Also, it might be 2 hex string. That we want to do there.
Can we do 2 hex string?
think let's give that a shot. And then do we have other similar
from hex string? Should this be 2 hex string? I guess
sure.
we can put in that address and see what happens here.
That looks weird. That looks invalid.
That doesn't
There's
look
just
right.
C. Just C.
Deployed funds build anyhow. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. It is nice that there's this beautiful free hosted database for you.
Yeah.
Do I have to update something else? I forgot. I shouldn't, but
Oh, in the upper right, switch to pending version.
That ID looks like our address. And hopefully address looks the same.
Yeah. Nice.
Cool. And I guess we can do. This would make it easy to do. X, Y, X. I don't know what else do we have in there.
We might want to later on add in like a created time and a created block number, so we can query against those later on too.
Yeah, it's probably. That is unlocked XY0. They were all 0. They're all on canvases.
Oh,
Canvas
great.
1, canvas 4, canvas 0. Alrighty.
Should we fill one in?
Go ahead. Yeah, I guess why not? We can fill one in, right?
Yeah, I think we might need to update our contract address in the environment variable here and then restart.
Yeah. I think after this, I'm gonna have to run. I find the contract address searches somewhere. It's so hard to write. Oh.
Why was that happening before?
I don't think we figured. Oh. It had to do with how the thing was getting compressed. The SVG was getting compressed. I
Oh,
don't
right.
think we ended up fixing that.
filter.
Yeah, we didn't end up doing that.
Let's see if we can just make something simple. That doesn't trip up on that, like a one-line thing.
Yeah. I think if I just did a smiley face, it should be okay. Oh my gosh, even a smiley face is not okay.
Let's just give it like a dot so that it doesn't need to optimize too much. I think you got to drag it a little bit. Yeah.
I think there might be 2 dots now. Oh, okay. Let's console real fast to make sure everything's going okay. The single line.
Oh my god. The filter, I think, is a one-liner if you want to try it really quick.
Okay.
I don't want to hold you either. I think it's in the use editor.
Editor or use editor? It was use editor?
And then where were we doing our map? There. So then dot filter.
After the map or on the map?
Yeah, right here. Yep. And then we could do path.
Path.
Not equal to undefined. And then return.
Triple.
No.
Yeah.
That's good.
Come on, no errors.
Nice.
Come on, there we go.
Nice. There we go.
Great. Great. Yo. Okay. And then soon enough. Oh, it failed.
Wait.
Oh, wait.
It caught itself. Something's going on.
Something going on. Is there still a pending version?
Oh no.
Oh no. What happened?
Try checking the logs.
Yeah.
It's playground logs right in like the middle of the screen.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Then debug. Nope. Not any help. There was that command that I can run. It was like a crawl command.
I think I saved it somewhere. And if I didn't, I'm gonna hit myself.
I got it.
Oh
too.
yeah, this was it.
Yep.
There's an online like GraphQL thing. And I can think. Hopefully I put the right information.
I got the curl command here too. If you want it.
This is relation.
I think this used to not work. Oh no, there you go.
Yeah, I mostly just wanted it for the formatting because otherwise it's a little pain.
So I think it's just the parsing JSON line when we try and catch the SVG.
Yeah. This one I probably should jump off for. I do need to start getting going here.
Yeah.
Do you need deploy keys or anything, or do you only just?
Yeah, you want to drop that into the Discord and then we can just reset it later?
Yeah, I don't know where it is. I guess I can. Dashboard, probably. Okay. Let me commit all this. Sweet. Oh my gosh, there's a lot to add. 1,000 files.
Oh, we gotta ignore a node module.
How do I reset this? Does it get? How do I reset my?
No, don't do that. In your
Yeah,
source control tab in VS Code, I think if you hit the menu thing on the top right of the sidebar, I think there's a the 3 dots. Right.
3 dots. Oh, here.
There we go. I think there's like an undo commit under the commit menu.
Stage. Where's changes? On stage all changes. Oh, hope I did that right. No, I did not. It's fine. We'll figure it out.
I think if you add node modules,
if I add
it'll overwrite.
Yeah, I think so as well. It should be in not the WebDir, but the subgraph
root.
You think?
Oh wait, I think we already have a git ignore at root.
I think within each.
Oh, we need a separate.
Yeah, unless we do a certain like glob. Will that work? Oh god.
Let me see. There's got to be some command like git undo all add.
Yeah.
You could do git remove. That's not destructive. I think.
Git remove node modules.
That is one way. Let me see. Just git unstage all changes. I just don't know the command. Git reset. There we go. All this generated stuff is fine.
Mm-hmm.
Subgraph. Is it master? What the fuck?
Oh no, I think maybe go to the parent. Oh, here's what you want to do is in your subgraph directory, delete the .git folder because you've got a separate Git instance in there.
Yeah. Holy hell.
No, it looks good. So go up a couple levels to the root.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, just git add.
Okay.
Did that get everything? Can you check your sidebar in VS Code, the source control?
I don't know.
I think you still got to add all these. So git add period.
These look all fine.
Oh,
like there's no changes between these.
Huh. All right. Yeah.
Maybe it's I don't know what.
Yeah, there aren't any changes.
Yeah. I can probably just restart code. It's probably because I did some crazy stuff on the command line and it just didn't keep up with me.
Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah.
Yep. Cool.
All right. Cool. Well, thank you. I'll see you later.
Yep, have fun.
Thank
you.
Have fun rest of the hacking today.
Yep.
Cool. Peace.
Take care.
Later.
Cool. I could be down to break to eat. Otherwise, I'll probably be muted and chewing a lot.
Yeah, I think break's good.
Yeah, move the legs.
Cool.
Yep. I feel like I could rally some energy because right now I'm just like
It was too much excitement in the morning. But I do feel like later on the day, like rally up again. I don't mind driving later.
Awesome.
Sure. How long do you? Yeah. Till when should we come back?
Say 6, 7.
Works for me.
Works for me.
Cool. Alrighty.
Cool.
See you here then.
Yep.
Bye.
All right. Later, y'all.
Okay.